Hello everyone, I'm Mr. Night Story, and welcome to tonight's journey toward peaceful sleep. If you're enjoying this content, I would be so grateful if you could take a moment to like this video. I'd also love to hear from you. Please feel free to share in the comments where you're watching from and what time it is there. Your kind support truly helps me continue creating these relaxing experiences for you. Now, please make yourself comfortable as we gently begin tonight's journey to restful sleep. I hadn't spent much time with my father since Mom died 3 years ago. Truthfully, I hadn't spent much time with him before that either. Gerald Brennan was the kind of father you admired from a distance, and that distance usually felt like the span of a continent. He spent most of my childhood overseas, a career Army Ranger known for his ability to survive in conditions most people wouldn't willingly visit. When he finally retired at 52, he didn't settle down into some quiet civilian life. Instead, he chose to teach wilderness navigation and survival to other soldiers, contractors, and the occasional paying civilian who wanted to test themselves against nature's indifference. My mother loved him, though I'm not sure she ever fully understood him. She used to say he carried the mountains inside him, that even when he was home, part of him was always walking some distant trail. After she passed from cancer in the spring of 2018, we became two people orbiting a painful silence, connected by grief but unable to bridge the gap it created between us. When he called me that August and suggested a week-long trek through Wyoming's Wind River Range, I almost said no. My life in Seattle felt safe, predictable. I had my graphic design work, my small apartment overlooking Pike Place Market, my routine. The idea of spending 7 days in the wilderness with a man I barely knew how to talk to felt overwhelming. But something in his voice stopped me, a gentle vulnerability I hadn't heard before, a quiet plea hidden beneath his usual stoic tone. "I think we should do this, Bridget," he'd said, "before it's too late, before we forget how." So I agreed. I flew into Riverton on a Thursday morning in mid-September 2021. The air already carried that sharp bite of autumn, the kind that warns you winter isn't far behind. Dad picked me up in his old Ford pickup, the same truck he'd driven since I was in high school. We didn't talk much during the 2-hour drive to the Elkhart Park trailhead. He pointed out landmarks occasionally, a ridge where he'd seen a mountain lion once, a valley where he'd trained a group of Marines in winter survival. I nodded and watched the landscape change from high desert scrub to dense pine forests, feeling my stomach tighten with each mile. The ranger station at the trailhead was a small log structure, weathered and worn. A young ranger, couldn't have been more than 25, stopped us as we were checking our permits. His name tag read Stevens. "Heading up to Bonneville Basin?" he asked, studying our route map. "That's the plan," Dad replied. Stevens frowned, tapping his pen against the clipboard. "Just so you're aware, we've had increased bear activity this year. 2 grizzly sightings in the last month around Island Lake. Also, Weather Service is calling for possible early snow. Could hit as early as this weekend." I felt my anxiety spike, but Dad just nodded calmly. "We're prepared." "I'm sure you are," Stevens said, though his tone suggested otherwise. "Just be careful up there. We had a hiker go missing in this area a few years back. Never found any trace of him. These mountains don't forgive mistakes." The words hung in the air as we shouldered our packs and headed for the trail. I wanted to ask Dad about the missing hiker, but something about his expression, distant, troubled, kept me quiet. The first 2 days passed in a blur of physical exertion and mounting discomfort. My body, softened by too many hours at a desk, protested every uphill climb. The pack straps dug into my shoulders, rubbing the skin raw despite the padding. My feet developed blisters that burst and reformed. Each night I collapsed into my sleeping bag, too exhausted even to eat much of the freeze-dried meals Dad prepared. But there was beauty too, I had to admit. The landscape was stunning in its vastness, towering granite peaks that seemed to scrape the sky, meadows of alpine grass golden in the afternoon sun, lakes so clear you could see trout swimming 20 feet down. Dad moved through it all with practiced ease, his 55-year-old body still strong and capable. He pointed out animal tracks, showed me which plants were edible, which weren't. Sometimes he'd stop and just stand still, listening to sounds I couldn't hear, reading messages in the landscape I couldn't see. It reminded me how little I really knew him, how much of his life had been spent in places like this, far from the suburban home where I'd grown up. By day 3, we'd crossed Island Lake and were making our way toward Bonneville Basin. The trail narrowed, becoming rockier, more challenging. My calves burned with each step. I focused on Dad's back moving steadily ahead of me, using it as a fixed point to keep going. It was approaching noon when he stopped abruptly. I nearly walked into him. "What is it?" I asked, breathing hard. He didn't answer immediately. His eyes were fixed on something off the main trail, his body tense in a way that made my skin prickle. "Game trail," he finally said, his voice quiet. "Want to see where it leads?" I sighed, loud enough for him to hear, but he ignored it. Without another word, he stepped off the established path and into a stand of lodgepole pines so dense the sunlight barely penetrated. The temperature dropped immediately, the air heavy with the smell of rotting wood and damp earth. "Dad, maybe we should stick to the main trail," I called after him. But he was already 20 yards ahead, moving with purpose. I had no choice but to follow. The game trail, we'd gone maybe a quarter mile when Dad stopped again. This time, my breath caught in my throat. There, tucked against a rocky slope beneath a canopy of dying pines, stood a structure that made my stomach turn. Calling it a shelter felt too generous. It was more like a nightmare given physical form. The walls were constructed from elk antlers and bones, dozens of them, maybe hundreds. They'd been lashed together with what looked like sinew and wire, creating a framework about 8 feet tall and equally wide. Between the bones were pieces of rotting wood, branches, and what I realized with growing horror were more bones, smaller ones. Some looked like they might have come from deer or sheep. Others were unmistakably human. I could see a femur, yellow with age, wedged between 2 antlers. What might have been ribs formed a kind of lattice on one side, and worst of all, scattered throughout like terrible decorations, were skulls, animal and human. The human ones had been placed deliberately, facing outward, their empty eye sockets seeming to watch us. "Oh God," I whispered, taking an involuntary step back. Dad moved closer, his face pale but determined. He knelt by one of the wooden support beams, studying it carefully. His hand reached out, fingers trembling slightly, then jerked back as if he'd been burned. "Dad?" My voice sounded small, childlike. He didn't respond. Instead, he leaned in closer, and I watched his face transform from concern to horror. Slowly, he stood and beckoned me forward. "No," I said. "I don't want to. Bridget, look." The tone of his voice left no room for argument. On shaking legs, I approached and looked where he was pointing. Embedded in the wood grain were teeth, human teeth, not just 1 or 2, but dozens of them pressed into the weathered timber like grotesque ornaments. Some were still white, others yellowed with age. I could see the roots, whole and intact, forced deep into the soft wood. My stomach lurched. I turned away and vomited, the contents of my breakfast splashing onto the forest floor. When I finished, wiping my mouth with the back of my hand, I found Dad standing rigid, his eyes scanning the structure with terrible intensity. "We need to leave," I said, my voice hoarse. "Right now." He nodded slowly, but his gaze lingered on the structure a moment longer. "Someone built this," he said quietly. "Someone spent time here, a lot of time." "I don't care," I said, panic rising in my chest. "Please, Dad, let's go." This time he listened. We turned and walked quickly back toward the main trail, moving faster than caution would normally dictate. Branches whipped against my face. I stumbled over roots but kept moving, driven by a primal need to put distance between us and that terrible place. Neither of us spoke as we hiked. The afternoon sun seemed too bright after the gloom of those twisted pines. I kept glancing back, convinced I'd see someone following us, but the trail remained empty. We didn't stop until we'd put nearly 2 miles between us and the structure. Dad chose a campsite on a small rise overlooking a glacial stream. the water milky with sediment, rushing fast and cold over smooth stones. The location offered good visibility in all directions, something I now understood was deliberate. We set up camp in tense silence. Every sound made me jump. The snap of a twig as Dad gathered firewood, the cry of a hawk overhead. My own breathing seemed too loud in my ears. As dusk settled over the mountains, painting the sky in shades of purple and orange, Dad finally spoke. "I need to tell you something," he said, feeding another branch into our fire. The flames cast dancing shadows across his weathered face. "About this area." I pulled my jacket tighter, though the cold I felt had nothing to do with the temperature. "What about it?" He was quiet for a long moment, staring into the flames. When he spoke, his voice was heavy with something I'd never heard from him before. Something that might have been fear. 6 years ago, in the fall of 2015, a man named Henry Garrison went missing up here. He was a sergeant in my old unit. One of the best soldiers I ever served with. He'd come out here alone, said he needed time to think, to process some things from our deployment. We'd all done that, used these mountains as a kind of therapy. When he didn't show up for his sister's wedding 2 weeks later, they sent search and rescue teams. Nothing. Not a trace. No gear. No body. Nothing. I watched the firelight play across his features, seeing the pain there. "That's horrible, but that wasn't the only one," he interrupted. Over the next few years, 3 more men from our unit vanished in these mountains, always alone, always without a trace. Different times of year, different trails, but all within a 20-mile radius of where we are right now. The fire crackled, sending up sparks that disappeared into the darkness. I felt goosebumps rise on my arms. "Why didn't you tell me this before?" "Because I didn't think," he trailed off, shaking his head. "I thought it was coincidence. Bad luck. These mountains are dangerous. People get lost, fall, encounter animals. The official reports all said different things. Exposure, animal attack. One was ruled a probable suicide. I wanted to believe that. And now?" His eyes met mine, and what I saw there terrified me more than the structure had. Now I'm not sure what to believe. We sat in silence after that. The only sounds the rushing water and the occasional pop from the fire. I wanted to suggest we leave immediately, hike out tonight using our headlamps, but I knew that would be even more dangerous. So I stayed quiet, feeding the fire, watching the darkness gather at the edges of our small circle of light. I must have dozed off, because I jolted awake to Dad's hand on my shoulder. His finger was pressed to his lips, his eyes wide and alert. My heart immediately began racing. Then I heard it. Footsteps. Not the light padding of an animal, but heavy, deliberate sounds. Boots on stone and dirt, circling our camp slowly, methodically, staying just beyond the firelight. Crunch, crunch, crunch. I stopped breathing. Dad's hand moved to the hunting knife at his belt. His body coiled and ready. We sat frozen, listening as whatever it was completed one full circle around us, then another. The steps were measured, patient, almost casual. Then they stopped. The silence that followed was worse than the sound had been. I could hear my own heartbeat thundering in my ears, feel sweat forming on my palms despite the cold. Dad slowly turned his head, scanning the darkness, but there was nothing to see. Just black shapes of trees and rocks. Anything could have been hiding there. We waited like that for what felt like hours, but was probably only 20 minutes. Eventually, Dad relaxed slightly, though he didn't take his hand off the knife. "We leave at first light," he whispered. "Pack everything. We're getting out of here." I nodded, not trusting my voice. Neither of us slept that night. Dawn came slowly, the sky lightening to gray before finally revealing the sun. I'd never been so grateful to see daylight. We moved quickly, rolling up sleeping bags, breaking down the tent, packing gear with practiced efficiency born of urgency. It was Dad who noticed first. He'd walked to the edge of our campsite to retrieve the water bottles we'd left cooling in the stream. I heard him stop, heard his sharp intake of breath. "Bridget," he called, his voice strange. "Come here." I approached cautiously. my legs stiff from sitting tensed all night. Dad was standing perfectly still, staring down at something on a flat rock at the stream's edge. Boots. Military-issue jungle boots, the kind soldiers wore in humid climates. They were old, the leather cracked and faded, the soles nearly worn through. They'd been placed carefully, side by side, toes pointing toward our camp. Dad knelt slowly, reaching out with one shaking hand. He picked up the left boot, turning it over. His face went white. "What?" I demanded, my voice shrill. "What is it?" He pointed to the inside of the boot, where someone had written in permanent marker, H. Garrison 2014. The name from last night, Henry Garrison. The first man to disappear. "Someone put these here," I said, stating the obvious because I couldn't process the implications. I couldn't finish the sentence. Dad set the boot down carefully, as if it were made of glass. His hands were shaking. Someone was close enough to leave these right next to our camp and we never saw them. Never heard anything after those footsteps stopped. "Maybe they were already here," I suggested weakly. "Maybe we didn't notice them before." We both knew that was a lie. Dad had examined every inch of our campsite before setting up. These boots had been left deliberately, placed as a message. But what message? Dad stood abruptly. "Pack faster. We're leaving now." "Shouldn't we take the boots as evidence?" He looked at me like I'd suggested walking back to that bone structure. "No, we're not taking anything from this place. We're getting out and reporting this to the Rangers. Let them handle it." We finished packing in record time, our movements jerky with barely controlled panic. As I shouldered my pack, I made the mistake of looking back toward the stream, toward those boots sitting innocently on the rock. And I saw something else. 20 yards upstream, partially hidden behind a boulder, something had been stacked. I squinted, trying to make sense of the shape in the early morning light. More bones, animal skulls arranged in a careful pyramid, topped with what looked sickeningly like a human pelvis. "Don't look," Dad said sharply, grabbing my arm. "Just walk. Now." We started down the trail, moving fast, almost jogging despite the weight of our packs. My mind raced, trying to make sense of it all. The structure, the boots, the bones. Someone was out here. Someone who'd killed or at least collected human remains. Someone who knew about Dad's old unit. Someone who was watching us right now. That last thought made me stumble. I caught myself, but the damage was done. The certainty that we were being observed, studied, followed, settled over me like a shroud. We hiked for 2 hours without stopping, putting miles between us and that campsite. The sun climbed higher, warming the air, but I couldn't stop shivering. Every shadow seemed to hide a threat. Every sound, a bird call, the wind in the pines, the distant rush of water made me flinch. Finally, Dad stopped at a small clearing and consulted his GPS. He frowned, studying the screen. "What?" I asked. "We're not where we should be," he said slowly. "This trail, I don't recognize this section." "What do you mean? We've been following the marked trail." "I thought we were." He turned in a slow circle, his experienced eyes reading the landscape. "But something's wrong. This isn't right." A cold realization settled over me. "We're lost." "Not lost," he corrected, but his voice held no confidence. "Just turned around somehow." He consulted the GPS again, then pointed to a ridge to our east. "We need to head that direction. Should hit the main trail in about a mile." We started walking again, this time through unmarked terrain. The ground was rougher here, forcing us to navigate around boulders and deadfall. My ankles ached from the uneven footing, sweat soaked through my shirt despite the cool air. That's when we smelled the smoke. Faint at first, just a hint of burning wood on the breeze. We both stopped simultaneously, our heads turning toward the source. There to the north, a thin column of gray smoke rose from somewhere in the valley we'd left that morning. The smoke was coming from the direction of our last campsite. "Could be the Rangers," I said hopefully. "Maybe someone reported." "No." Dad's voice was flat. "That's not a campfire. That's too much smoke. Something's burning." We stood there watching as the smoke thickened, becoming darker, more substantial. Even from miles away, I could tell it was a substantial fire. After several minutes, it began to dissipate, as if whatever had been burning had been consumed. Dad's jaw tightened. Let's keep moving. By mid-afternoon, we'd found our way back to the main trail. Dad's navigation skills, honed by years of training, had gotten us through the confusion, but the relief I felt was short-lived. We stopped for a brief water break, and I walked a short distance from the trail to refill our bottles at a small stream that bubbled up from between rocks. I knelt, unscrewing the cap of my bottle, when movement in my peripheral vision made me freeze. Slowly, very slowly, I raised my eyes to the ridge above us. A figure stood there, silhouetted against the bright afternoon sky. Even at this distance, maybe 200 yards, I could tell something was wrong with its proportions. Too tall, too thin, arms that hung too long at its sides. It stood perfectly still, watching us. "Dad," I breathed, not daring to move. Above us. I heard his footsteps approaching, felt him stop beside me. For a long moment, neither of us spoke. We just stared at the figure on the ridge. Then, in a movement that seemed impossible from something so far away, it lifted one of those two long arms and pointed directly at us. The gesture was deliberate, unmistakable. "Jesus Christ," I whispered, forgetting Dad's preference for God in my terror. "Back to the trail," Dad said quietly, his hand finding my shoulder. "Slowly. Don't run." We backed away together, never taking our eyes off the figure. It remained motionless, that arm still extended, pointing, accusing, claiming. When we reached the trail, Dad risked looking away to check our position on the GPS. "There's a ranger station about 8 miles from here. If we push hard, we can make it before dark." "What about?" I gestured toward the ridge, but when I looked back, the figure was gone. The empty space where it had stood felt worse than its presence had. "We run," Dad said. We didn't actually run. The terrain was too dangerous, the packs too heavy. But we moved faster than was safe, practically jogging down the trail. I barely noticed the burn in my legs or the ache in my shoulders. All I could think about was that figure, those impossible proportions, the way it had pointed at us. The sun began its descent toward the western peaks, shadows lengthening across the trail. The temperature dropped rapidly. My breath came in visible puffs as I struggled to keep pace with Dad. Then we heard them. Whistles. High-pitched, piercing sounds that echoed strangely off the rocks. They seemed to come from multiple directions at once, though that should have been impossible. The sounds weren't quite human, but weren't quite animal either. They reminded me of those videos I'd seen of people imitating bird calls, but wrong somehow, distorted, mocking. "Don't stop," Dad commanded, his voice tight with controlled fear. "Don't look back." The whistles continued, sometimes close, sometimes distant. They seemed to be moving parallel to the trail, keeping pace with us. Occasionally, I'd catch a glimpse of movement in the trees, a flash of something pale too quick to focus on. My lungs burned, my legs felt like they were made of lead, but I kept moving, driven by pure terror. Darkness came faster than it should have, the sun dropping behind the peaks and plunging the trail into deep twilight. Dad pulled out his headlamp, the beam cutting through the gloom. I did the same, my hands shaking so badly I nearly dropped it. The whistles had stopped, replaced by something worse. Footsteps, heavy, rhythmic, matching our pace, sometimes ahead of us, sometimes behind, sometimes to our sides. It felt like we were being herded, driven toward some unseen destination. "There," Dad said suddenly, pointing ahead. "Clearing." I saw it too, an open area maybe 100 yards ahead where the trees thinned. Beyond it, if my memory of the map was correct, should be the ranger station. We pushed harder, ignoring our exhausted bodies. The footsteps behind us grew louder, more urgent. Something was closing in. We broke into the clearing at a near sprint. My pack bounced painfully against my back. My ankle twisted on a rock, sending pain shooting up my leg, but I didn't slow down. Behind us, the forest erupted with sound. Crashing, breaking branches, something large moving fast. "There!" I screamed, seeing the ranger station ahead. A small wooden building with solar panels on the roof and a truck parked outside. Lights were on inside. We covered the last 100 yards in seconds that felt like hours. Dad reached the door first, pounding on it with his fist. "Open up, emergency." The door opened almost immediately. The young ranger from the trailhead, Stevens, stood there in his uniform, his eyes going wide as he took in our appearance. We must have looked insane, covered in sweat and dirt, gasping for breath, our eyes wild with fear. "What happened?" he demanded, ushering us inside. "Are you injured?" Dad was bent over, hands on his knees, trying to catch his breath. I looked back at the forest we'd just escaped from, my headlamp beam sweeping across the trees. For just a moment, I saw it. The figure from the ridge, standing at the forest's edge, barely illuminated by our lights. Tall, impossibly thin, covered in something pale. And even though I couldn't make out details, couldn't see a face, I knew it was looking directly at me. Then Stevens closed the door, and the moment was broken. "You need to call for help," Dad managed between gasps. "There's someone out there, someone dangerous." Stevens looked between us, clearly trying to assess if we were hysterical or actually in danger. "Okay," he said slowly. "Let's start from the beginning. What exactly did you see?" Over the next hour, we told him everything. The bone structure, the boots, the figure on the ridge, the pursuit. Stevens listened carefully, taking notes, his expression growing more serious with each detail. When we finished, he was quiet for a long moment. Then he picked up his radio. "I'm calling this in. Search and rescue needs to know." And he paused, meeting Dad's eyes. "You're not the first to report strange things in that area. 3 separate reports in the last year. Hikers seeing figures, hearing whistles, finding things." "Things?" I echoed. "Arrangements of bones, personal items belonging to missing hikers. One couple found a pile of clothing in the middle of the trail, all of it from different people, different years." He shook his head. "We've had teams sweep the area twice, never found anything." Dad's voice was hard. "Someone built a structure out of human remains. That's not nothing." "I believe you," Stevens said quickly. "That's why I'm calling this in tonight." "But," he hesitated, "you should know. That area where you said you found the structure, it burned last year. Wildfire. Took out about 50 acres. Nothing standing there anymore." I felt the room spin slightly. "That's impossible. We saw it this morning." Stevens looked uncomfortable. "I'm just telling you what the records say. We spent that night in the ranger station, neither of us willing to go back out into the darkness. Stevens let us use spare bunks in the back room, but I couldn't sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that figure pointing at us, saw those teeth embedded in wood, saw those boots sitting on the rock like an offering." The next morning, a search and rescue team went out to investigate our reports. Dad and I waited in the station, drinking bad coffee and watching the mountains through the window. They returned at dusk, their faces grim. "We found evidence of a recent fire," the team leader reported. "Exactly where you described your campsite. Also found the rock where you said the boots were, but no boots, no bones either." "What about the structure?" Dad demanded. "The bone shelter?" The team leader exchanged glances with his colleagues. "We found the location based on your GPS coordinates. The area shows signs of an old burn, probably from that wildfire last year. But," he paused, "there were some strange things. We found several piles of bones scattered around the area, all animal as far as we could tell, but arranged deliberately, and we found this." He held up an evidence bag. Inside was a military patch, the same unit insignia Dad had worn, the same one his missing friends had worn. Dad took the bag with shaking hands, staring at the patch as if it might explain everything. "We're launching a full investigation," the team leader said. "FBI will probably get involved given the possible human remains you described. We're treating this as a potential serial crime scene," but I could tell from his tone he didn't expect to find anything conclusive. These mountains had already proven they knew how to keep secrets. We left Wyoming the next day. Dad drove us back to Riverton in silence, and I flew home to Seattle that afternoon. We didn't talk about what happened, didn't try to make sense of it. What was there to say? In the months that followed, I checked the news obsessively. There were brief reports of an investigation in the Wind River Range, mentions of possible foul play, appeals for information about the missing soldiers, but nothing came of it. Eventually, the story faded from the news cycle, replaced by fresher tragedies. Dad stopped taking groups into the mountains. He sold his guiding business and moved to Spokane, taking a job teaching basic survival skills at a community college. We talked more often after that, but we never discussed the Wind River Range. It sat between us like a ghost, present but unspoken. Sometimes late at night when I can't sleep, I think about that figure on the ridge. I try to convince myself it was just a hiker, that the perspective and distance distorted its appearance. I try to believe the bone structure was old, predating the wildfire, and that our traumatized minds filled in details that weren't really there. But then I remember those boots, Henry Garrison's boots, placed carefully beside our camp. I remember the whistles echoing through the forest, and I remember the way that figure pointed at us, claiming us, marking us as its own. 2 years later, I received a package from Dad. Inside was the military patch the search team had found, now framed behind glass. Below it, in his precise handwriting, was a note: Blood Ridge, N42 14 Chaplis. Remember. I hung it on my wall, though I'm not sure why. Maybe as a reminder that there are places in this world where human civilization has no purchase, where something else holds dominion. Maybe as a warning to never forget what we encountered in those mountains. Or maybe because some part of me, the part that still sees that figure in my dreams, still hears those whistles in moments of quiet, knows we were marked that day. And that whatever lurks in the Wind River Range hasn't forgotten us either. Last month I learned that another hiker had gone missing in that area. A former Marine, hiking alone, last seen heading toward Bonneville Basin. The search was called off after 2 weeks. They never found a trace. I keep the frame on my wall and try not to think about those mountains. But on certain nights when the wind sounds just right and the shadows fall at particular angles, I remember. And I wonder if somewhere in those vast, indifferent peaks, someone or something is remembering too. Waiting, watching, pointing at the next visitor who strays too far from the marked trail. For 15 years I'd been leading hiking groups through those mountains, and I thought I'd seen everything the wilderness had to offer. Every Saturday from April through October, I'd take groups of 8 to 12 people along the same network of trails, pointing out wildlife, teaching them about the local flora, and making sure nobody twisted an ankle on the rocky paths. The work was predictable, safe, and honest. I liked it that way. That particular Saturday in late July started like any other. My group consisted of 9 people, mostly office workers from the city looking to spend their weekend breathing fresh air instead of recycled office ventilation. There was a married couple in their 50s, 3 younger women who worked together and were constantly taking photos, 2 brothers in their 30s trying to one-up each other with their hiking gear, and a quiet guy in his 40s who kept to himself. Standard group. Normal people looking for a normal experience. We set out at 8 in the morning, the temperature already climbing into the 70s. The sky was cloudless, that deep blue you only get in the mountains during summer. The trail wound through a mixed forest of pine and aspen, and every so often we'd break through the tree cover to see the valley spreading out below us, patchwork farms and the occasional roof glinting in the sunlight. I led them at an easy pace, stopping every 20 minutes or so to let the slower hikers catch their breath. I pointed out a red-tailed hawk circling overhead, showed them fresh deer tracks in the soft earth at the trail's edge, and explained how to identify poison oak so they'd know to avoid it. The group was in good spirits, laughing and chatting among themselves. One of the brothers made a joke about the other one's expensive hiking boots already giving him blisters. Everyone laughed. It was exactly the kind of day I'd led 1,000 times before. By 11:30 we'd covered about 4 miles, and I could see some of them starting to flag. The sun was strong now, and even in the shade of the trees the heat was building. Time for our scheduled break at Clearwater Stream, or at least that's what the local outfitters had always called it. The stream ran year-round, fed by snowmelt from higher elevations, and the water was always cold and clean. I'd been bringing groups there for over a decade. "All right, folks, we're going to take a break here," I announced, gesturing to the stream ahead. The sound of running water was already audible, that pleasant burbling that promised relief from the heat. "Fill up your water bottles, splash some water on your faces, and we'll have lunch." The group practically rushed forward, dropping their packs with sighs of relief. The married couple immediately sat on a flat boulder, pulling out sandwiches. The 3 women headed straight for the water, kneeling at the edge to dip their hands in and squeal about how cold it was. The brothers started arguing about whose fancy water filtration system was better. The quiet guy sat alone against a tree, methodically unpacking his lunch. I watched them for a moment, doing my usual head count and making sure everyone was accounted for. 9 people. All present. All safe. Good. I pulled out my own water bottle and took a long drink, then grabbed an energy bar from my pack. The younger brother with the expensive boots called over to me. "Hey, is this water safe to drink straight? Or should I use my filter?" It was a reasonable question. People worry about giardia, bacteria, all sorts of things that can make you sick. In 15 years, I'd never had anyone get sick from Clearwater Stream, but I always checked upstream before letting anyone drink from it. Just protocol. Basic safety. "Let me take a look upstream," I told him. "Give me 5 minutes and I'll let you know." "Thanks, man. I don't want to lug this filter around if I don't need to. But I also don't want to spend the rest of the weekend in the bathroom, you know?" I smiled. Smart thinking. Be right back. I left them there in their little clusters, eating and resting and enjoying the shade. The sound of their voices faded as I walked upstream, following the bank. The stream here was maybe 8 feet across, shallow enough that you could see the smooth stones on the bottom through the clear water. Fish darted in and out of the shadows. Everything looked normal. I walked slowly, scanning the water and banks. Usually I'd find nothing more interesting than some leaves that had fallen in, maybe a branch. Once I'd found a plastic water bottle some careless hiker had dropped. I'd packed it out, of course. The worst thing I'd ever found was a dead squirrel that had probably fallen from a tree, and even that was on the bank, not in the water itself. 50 yards upstream, that was my usual checkpoint, far enough to see if anything was contaminating the water before it reached the group. The smell hit me first. I was maybe 40 yards upstream when the breeze shifted, carrying something rancid and organic toward me. Death has a specific smell. Anyone who spent enough time in the woods knows it. Sweet and rotting and wrong. I stopped walking, suddenly alert. My eyes scanned the stream ahead, looking for the source. At first, I didn't see it. The sunlight was dappling through the trees, creating patterns of light and shadow on the water. But then something resolved in my vision. Something that didn't belong. Something sitting in the middle of the stream, water flowing around it. I walked closer, my boots crunching on the rocky bank. The smell got stronger. Flies buzzed in the air, thick and persistent. It was a deer's head. Not a skull, bleached white and clean. A head with flesh still on it, rotting in the summer heat. The water flowing around it was probably carrying God knows what downstream toward where my group sat, eating their lunch. I stopped about 10 feet away, my stomach churning. I've seen plenty of dead animals in the wilderness. It's part of nature, part of the cycle of life and death. I've come across deer killed by mountain lions, elk that had died in the winter and been scavenged by bears and coyotes, but this was different. The head was sitting upright in the shallow water, wedged between 2 rocks so it wouldn't wash downstream. That was the first thing that struck me as wrong. It hadn't just washed up there naturally. Someone had placed it. The second thing was the cut. The neck had been severed cleanly. Not torn by predators, not ripped apart by scavengers. Cut. The edge was smooth, surgical almost, like someone had used an extremely sharp blade and knew exactly what they were doing. I could see the cross-section of the vertebrae, pale bone against dark flesh. The deer's eyes were clouded over, filmy and white. Its mouth hung open slightly. Flies crawled over the face, in and out of the nostrils. The fur was matted and slick. Maggots writhed in the exposed flesh at the neck. The antlers, it was a young buck judging by the size, were still intact. 6 points, maybe 2 or 3 years old. How long had it been here? A day? 2? Long enough to rot in the summer heat. Long enough to contaminate the water. I stood there, my mind racing through possibilities. A hunter? But why would any hunter cut off a deer's head and leave it in a stream? Hunters take trophy heads, sure, but they preserve them, mount them. They don't just discard them in the water to rot. And the cut was too clean, too precise. This wasn't field dressing gone wrong. Teenagers messing around? Maybe some kids had found a roadkill deer and thought it would be funny to leave the head where hikers would find it. But we were 4 miles from the nearest road. That's a long way to carry a rotting deer head just for a prank. And again, that cut. That wasn't something kids with a pocket knife could do. Someone with experience. Someone who knew what they were doing. Someone who had access to the right tools and knew how to use them. Someone who had deliberately placed this here, in this stream, where people came regularly. A warning? But a warning of what? And to whom? I looked around, scanning the forest. The trees pressed in close on both sides of the stream. Anyone could be watching from the shadows. The birds had gone quiet. I hadn't noticed until that moment, but the cheerful chirping from earlier had stopped. The only sounds were the water and the buzzing of flies. My skin was crawling. Not from fear exactly, but from the profound wrongness of what I was looking at. This was deliberate. This was someone sending a message. I just didn't know what the message was or who it was meant for. And I couldn't tell my group the truth. I had 9 people sitting 50 yards downstream, drinking water, eating lunch, completely unaware. If I told them what I'd found, if I explained that someone had butchered a deer and left its head to rot in the water they'd been about to drink from, they would panic. Some of them would want to leave immediately. Others might insist we call the police, which would mean waiting here for hours while authorities came out to investigate. And what if whoever did this was still around? What if they were watching us right now? My job was to keep these people safe. That was my first priority, my only priority. Getting them out of here calmly and quickly. I walked back downstream, forcing my expression into something neutral and calm. Years of experience guiding groups had taught me how to mask my emotions, how to project confidence even when I was uncertain. The group looked up as I approached, their faces relaxed and content. "All right, folks, I need you to pack up your things," I said, keeping my tone even and authoritative. "We're going to head back to headquarters." The married couple looked confused. "Already? We just got here." "Yeah, I know, and I'm sorry about that. But I've spotted signs of bear activity upstream." I gestured vaguely in the direction I'd come from. Fresh tracks, some disturbed ground. And this time of year, late July, it's breeding season. The males get aggressive and unpredictable. It's not safe to be in this area right now. That got their attention. The 3 women stood up immediately, looking around nervously. One of them asked, "How close is it?" "Hard to say," I replied, which was true enough in a sideways kind of way. "Could be a mile away, could be closer. Point is, I don't want to take any chances. We're going to pack up calmly and efficiently, and we'll head back the way we came. Stay together, no wandering off, and we'll be fine. Bears don't typically attack groups." The brothers started shoving their gear back into their packs with urgent movements. The quiet guy had already stood up, his lunch half-eaten, his face expressionless. The married couple looked disappointed but began gathering their things. "What about our water?" the younger brother asked. "We still need to fill up." "Use what you have," I told him. "There's water back at headquarters, and the hike back is only a couple hours. You'll be fine." As they packed, I did another scan of the forest around us. Nothing moved in the shadows. No sounds except the stream and the rustle of my group getting ready to leave. If someone was out there watching, they were good at staying hidden. Within 5 minutes, everyone was packed and ready. I did a final head count, 9 people all present, and then started leading them back down the trail. I set a pace that was faster than our leisurely hike out, but not so fast that it would alarm them further. Just quick enough to suggest I was taking the bear threat seriously. As we walked, I kept up a steady stream of chatter, pointing out plants and birds, making small jokes, anything to keep them distracted and calm. The 3 women were tense at first, jumping at every sound, but gradually they relaxed. The brothers went back to their good-natured bickering. The married couple walked hand in hand, occasionally asking questions about the local wildlife. The hike back felt longer than it should have. Every bend in the trail, I half expected to see something. Another sign, another message, another violation. But there was nothing. Just trees and rocks and the normal sounds of the forest gradually coming back. Birds started singing again. A squirrel chattered at us from a branch. Everything seemed normal, but I couldn't shake the image of that deer's head from my mind. The clean cut, the deliberate placement, the wrongness of it. Someone had done that. Someone had taken the time and effort to butcher that animal, carry its head 4 miles into the wilderness, and place it in a stream where people regularly stopped to rest. Why? We reached the trailhead parking lot at 2 in the afternoon. The group was tired but in good spirits, already laughing about how they'd have a story to tell about the bear that almost got them. I helped them load their gear into their cars, accepted their thanks, and watched them drive away. Then I went into the headquarters building and found my boss, a man named Gordon who'd been running this outfitting business for 30 years. He was in his office working on paperwork and looked up when I knocked. "Back early," he observed. "Everything okay?" "Need to talk to you," I said, closing the door behind me. "Privately." His expression shifted immediately to concern. "What happened?" I told him everything: the deer's head, the clean cut, the placement in the stream, how I'd lied to the group about a bear to get them out of there. As I spoke, I watched his face go from concern to grim. When I finished, he was quiet for a long moment. Then he said, "You did the right thing. Getting them out of there safely was the priority." "I know, but Gordon, someone did that on purpose. Someone who knew that stream, knew we bring groups there, and they had the tools and knowledge to do a clean butchering job." "Could be some hunter with a grudge," Gordon suggested. "Maybe someone who got turned away from one of our tours, decided to mess with us." Maybe. But it felt like more than just messing with us. It felt like a threat. Gordon leaned back in his chair, thinking. "Do we call the police? And tell them what? There's a rotting deer head 4 miles up the trail? They'll think we're wasting their time, and even if they take it seriously, what can they do? Whoever did it is long gone. So what do you want to do?" I thought about it. I want to go back up there tomorrow, early, take some photos, document what's there, and I want to avoid that section of trail for a while. Tell the other guides to use the eastern route instead, at least until we know what we're dealing with. Gordon nodded slowly. "All right, but you don't go alone. Take someone with you. And if you see anything else weird, anything at all, we call it in." I went home that evening, but I couldn't settle. My small cabin on the edge of town felt too quiet, too isolated. I kept thinking about that deer's head sitting in the stream, water flowing around it. Kept thinking about the clean cut, the precision of it. I made dinner but barely ate, tried to watch television but couldn't focus. Finally, I pulled out my laptop and started researching. Animal mutilations, hunting practices, ritual killings. The internet was full of theories and speculation, most of it nonsense. But buried in the noise, I found some things that made my skin crawl. There were reports from other areas, other states of similar incidents. Not common, but not unheard of either. Animals butchered with unusual precision and left in places where people would find them. Sometimes in streams or rivers, sometimes on trails, sometimes right near campsites. In most cases, the authorities never caught whoever was responsible. The incidents would happen a few times, then stop, then maybe start up again months or years later. Some people thought it was hunters showing off their skills. Others suggested it was people with psychological problems working out their issues on animals. A few even suggested organized groups, though that seemed far-fetched to me. What struck me most was that in several of the cases the incidents had escalated. Started with small animals, rabbits, squirrels, then moved to larger ones, deer, dogs, and in one case in the Pacific Northwest 5 years ago, a hiker had disappeared. They'd found her backpack by a stream 3 days later, but never found her body. That case was still unsolved. I closed the laptop, my hands shaking slightly. I was probably being paranoid. One deer head didn't mean there was some kind of serial killer operating in these mountains. It was most likely just some disturbed individual who'd done something grotesque and would never be seen again. But probably wasn't the same as certainly, and my job was to keep people safe. I tried to get some rest, lying in bed with all the lights in the cabin turned off, but my mind wouldn't stop racing. Every sound outside, the wind in the trees, an animal moving through the brush made me tense. I found myself straining to hear footsteps, to catch the sound of someone approaching. Nobody came, nothing happened, but I barely slept, and when I finally did drift off near dawn, my dreams were filled with images of sharp blades and blank staring eyes. The next morning, I met Gordon and another guide named Phil at the trailhead at 6 a.m. We hiked up to Clearwater Stream in silence, making good time in the cool morning air. The forest was beautiful in the early light, peaceful and serene. It was hard to believe anything bad could happen in a place like this. When we reached the stream, the deer's head was gone. We stood there, staring at the empty water. The rocks where it had been wedged were still there, but the head itself had vanished. No sign of it anywhere. No drag marks on the bank. No blood. Nothing. "Are you sure this is the right spot?" Phil asked, though his tone suggested he knew it was. "Positive," I said. "Right there, between those two rocks." Gordon waded into the stream, examining the area closely. "Could an animal have taken it? Bear or mountain lion?" "Possible," I admitted. "But usually they'd drag it onto the bank to feed, leave some trace. This is clean, too clean." We searched the area for half an hour, looking for any sign of what had happened. We found nothing. Whoever had placed the head there had come back and removed it, covering their tracks completely. As we hiked back down, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched, that somewhere in the trees someone was observing us, pleased that we'd found their message and understood it, or maybe frustrated that we'd gotten people out before anything worse could happen. Gordon agreed to shift all tours to different trails for the next month. We'd monitor the situation, watch for any other unusual activity. He also contacted the local authorities, gave them a heads up about what we'd found, though without any physical evidence there wasn't much they could do. In the weeks that followed, nothing else happened. No more animal remains. No strange signs. Life went back to normal. I kept leading tours, kept taking groups into the mountains, kept teaching them about the wilderness and how to stay safe in it. But I never went back to Clearwater Stream, and I never told anyone the whole truth about what I'd found that day, except Gordon and Phil. The people on that hike still think they were saved from an aggressive bear. They have no idea how close they came to something potentially much worse. Sometimes, late at night, I still think about it, about the precision of that cut, about someone skilled and deliberate enough to leave that message and then remove all evidence, about the fact that they're still out there, somewhere, maybe doing the same thing on different trails, in different places. But mostly I think about the 9 people I kept safe that day. I think about how I made the right call, got them out before they saw something that would haunt them, before something worse could happen. In 15 years of guiding, that's always been my job, keeping people safe no matter what. And that's what I did. That's all that really matters in the end. My name is Rufus Hennessy, and the events I'm about to recount occurred in 2011. At the time, I was employed as a police officer in Fairview, Nebraska, a small town where I was born and raised. Fairview is the quintessential American small town where everyone knows their neighbors and the community spirit is strong. Prior to the incident I'm about to describe, I believed I had seen everything there was to see in our quiet corner of the world. However, one night changed my perspective entirely, altering the course of my life and the fabric of our community. I had been serving on the Fairview Police Force for approximately 15 years, having joined immediately after graduating high school. The decision to forego college and pursue a career in law enforcement was driven by my desire to make a tangible difference in my community. There was a certain comfort in the routine of small-town policing, the predictability of Mrs. Barlow's monthly calls about her missing cat, or Mr. Jenkins's attempts to pilfer a bottle of whiskey from the general store, more out of boredom than malice. On the night in question, I was stationed at the police department, working through a stack of paperwork and nursing my third cup of subpar coffee. The clock on the wall read 11 p.m., and the quiet of the night was broken only by the occasional crackle of the police radio and the hum of the ancient air conditioning unit. Suddenly, the phone rang, its shrill tone cutting through the silence. I answered promptly, recognizing the voice of Millie, our dispatcher. Her tone immediately put me on alert. Millie was typically unflappable, but now her voice trembled with barely contained panic. "Rufus, you need to get over to the old Miller place," she said, her words rushed and breathless. "What's the situation, Millie?" I inquired, already reaching for my jacket and car keys. "Just get over there, Rufus. It's bad," she replied cryptically before abruptly ending the call. The Miller property had been abandoned for several years following the death of its owner. The deceased children had shown no interest in maintaining or selling the property, leaving it to fall into disrepair. Over time, it had become a popular spot for local teenagers to test their bravery, daring each other to spend the night in the decaying farmhouse. As I drove through the quiet streets of Fairview, my mind raced with possibilities. Millie's uncharacteristic behavior suggested that this was no ordinary call. The knot of apprehension in my stomach tightened as I approached the outskirts of town where the Miller property was located. Turning onto the long, overgrown driveway, I immediately noticed something amiss. Despite the property's abandoned status, there were lights visible through the grimy windows of the farmhouse. The flickering quality of the illumination suggested candles or flashlights rather than functioning electricity. I brought my cruiser to a stop and radioed in my location to dispatch. As I exited the vehicle, the cool night air carried the scent of decaying wood and damp earth. The silence was oppressive, broken only by the crunch of gravel under my boots as I approached the house. Drawing my flashlight and sidearm, I cautiously made my way to the front porch. The wooden steps creaked ominously under my weight, and I noticed that the front door was slightly ajar, swaying gently in the night breeze. "Hello?" I called out, pushing the door open further with my foot. "This is the police. Is anyone here?" My voice echoed through the empty house, met only by silence. Steeling myself, I crossed the threshold, the floorboards groaning in protest. The flickering light I had observed from outside seemed to be emanating from the living room. As I turned the corner, the beam of my flashlight illuminated a scene that would haunt me for years to come. In the center of the room stood a makeshift altar surrounded by candles whose flames cast eerie dancing shadows on the walls. Atop the altar lay a sight that turned my blood to ice. The body of a young woman, bound and gagged, her lifeless eyes staring vacantly at the ceiling. As I approached, my training kicking in despite the horror of the situation, I checked for a pulse, knowing even as I did so that it was futile. The woman's skin was cool to the touch, indicating that she had been dead for some time. With shaking hands, I reached for my radio. "Millie, I need backup at the Miller place, now, and send an ambulance." I fought to keep my voice steady as I relayed the grim discovery. As I waited for backup to arrive, a sound from upstairs caught my attention. It was a subtle noise, barely perceptible, the sound of movement, of someone trying to remain undetected. Every instinct told me to wait for assistance, but a combination of duty and a burning need to understand what had transpired in this house propelled me towards the staircase. With my heart pounding in my chest and my weapon at the ready, I began to ascend the stairs, each step bringing me closer to a confrontation that would change my life forever. The second floor of the Miller house was in even worse condition than the first. Years of neglect had taken their toll, with peeling wallpaper and warped floorboards creating an atmosphere of decay and abandonment. The beam of my flashlight cut through the darkness, revealing closed doors lining a narrow hallway. The shuffling sound I had heard from downstairs was more pronounced now, emanating from behind one of the closed doors. I approached cautiously, my police training warring with the primal fear that threatened to overwhelm me. Positioning myself to the side of the door, I called out, "Police, come out with your hands up." My voice sounded unnaturally loud in the oppressive silence of the house. For a moment, there was no response. Then, slowly, the door began to creak open. I tightened my grip on my weapon, prepared for whatever might emerge. The figure that stepped out of the room was unlike anything I had encountered in my years of police work. It was a man, or at least it had once been a man. He stood unnaturally tall, his gaunt frame accentuated by tattered, dirty clothing. But it was his face that sent a chill down my spine. Wild, sunken eyes that seemed to glow with an inner madness, and a rictus grin that stretched his features into a grotesque mask. In his hand, he clutched a long, wicked-looking knife. The blade gleamed dully in the beam of my flashlight, its edge stained with what I feared was blood. "Drop the knife," I commanded, my voice steady despite the fear coursing through me. "Drop it now." The man's grin widened impossibly further, and a low guttural sound emerged from his throat. Not quite a laugh, not quite a growl. Then, with a speed that belied his emaciated appearance, he lunged towards me. I fired my weapon, the sound of the gunshot deafening in the confined space of the hallway. The man staggered, the knife clattering to the floor, before he crumpled in a heap at my feet. My heart pounding, I approached cautiously, kicking the knife away before checking for a pulse. There was none. The man was dead. As the adrenaline began to subside, I became aware of the sound of sirens in the distance. Backup was finally arriving. I made my way back downstairs, my mind reeling from the events of the past few minutes. The house was soon swarming with officers and crime scene technicians. The body of the young woman was carefully removed from the makeshift altar, and a thorough search of the premises began. As the senior officer on the scene, I oversaw the initial investigation. The woman was identified as Emily Larkin, a 22-year-old student at the local community college who had been reported missing 2 days prior. The man I had shot was identified through fingerprints as David Halstead, a drifter with a history of mental illness and minor criminal offenses. As we combed through the house, more disturbing details emerged. In what appeared to be Halstead's living space, we discovered journals filled with rambling entries about dark rituals and sacrifices. The writings were barely coherent, filled with references to ancient gods and promises of power through bloodshed. Evidence suggested that Halstead had been squatting in the abandoned house for several weeks, possibly months. The room where I had encountered him was filled with occult paraphernalia, strange symbols drawn on the walls, crystals and bones arranged in patterns that made no sense to my rational mind. As dawn broke over Fairview, casting a pale light over the crime scene, I found myself standing on the front porch of the Miller house, trying to make sense of what had transpired. The events of the night had shaken me to my core, forcing me to confront the reality that evil could manifest even in the most unexpected places. Little did I know that this was only the beginning. The horror that had unfolded in the Miller house would cast a long shadow over our town, changing the fabric of our community and testing the limits of our resilience in ways we could never have imagined. The days following the gruesome discovery at the Miller house were a whirlwind of activity. Fairview, typically a town where the biggest news was the outcome of the high school football game, suddenly found itself thrust into the national spotlight. News vans from larger cities descended upon us, their satellite dishes and eager reporters an alien presence in our quiet streets. The story of Emily Larkin's murder and the subsequent confrontation with David Halstead spread quickly. first through local channels and then picked up by national media outlets. Our small police force was overwhelmed with inquiries from journalists and concerned citizens alike. As the lead officer on the case, much of the responsibility fell on my shoulders. I spent countless hours coordinating with state investigators, fielding questions from reporters, and trying to piece together the events that had led to this tragedy. The autopsy report on Emily Larkin painted a grim picture. She had been held captive for at least 36 hours before her death, subjected to torture and ritualistic markings. The cause of death was determined to be blood loss from multiple knife wounds, each carefully placed in a pattern that corresponded to the ramblings in Halstead's journals. The investigation into David Halstead's background revealed a troubled history. He had been in and out of mental health facilities for years, diagnosed with severe schizophrenia and delusional disorder. Somewhere along the line, he had fallen through the cracks of the system, his deteriorating mental state going unchecked as he drifted from town to town. As we delved deeper into Halstead's past, we discovered connections to various fringe groups and online forums dedicated to occult practices. It seemed that in his delusional state, he had cobbled together a belief system from bits and pieces of different mythologies and conspiracy theories, creating a twisted worldview that justified his horrific actions. The impact on our community was profound. Fairview had always prided itself on being a safe place, where people left their doors unlocked and children played freely in the streets. Now, an undercurrent of fear ran through the town. Parents kept a closer eye on their children, and neighbors viewed strangers with suspicion. The Larkin family was devastated. Emily had been well liked in the community, known for her kind heart and volunteer work at the local animal shelter. The memorial service held for her was attended by nearly the entire town, a somber affair that underscored the collective grief and shock we all felt. As for me, the events of that night had left an indelible mark. I found myself plagued by nightmares, reliving the moment I confronted Halstead, seeing Emily's lifeless eyes staring accusingly at me. During my waking hours, I was consumed by a sense of guilt. If only I had gotten there sooner. If only we had taken the missing persons report more seriously from the start. Maybe Emily would still be alive. Chief Anderson, recognizing the toll the case had taken on me, suggested I take some time off, but I couldn't bring myself to step away. I threw myself into work with renewed vigor, determined to ensure that nothing like this would ever happen in Fairview again. We implemented new protocols for missing persons cases, increased patrols around abandoned properties, and worked to establish better communication channels with mental health services in neighboring counties. It wasn't much, but it felt like a start. As the weeks passed and the media attention began to wane, Fairview slowly tried to return to some semblance of normalcy. But the scars remained, visible in the wary glances of passers-by and the new security systems being installed on homes throughout the town. One evening, as I was leaving the station after another long day, I found myself driving past the Miller property. The house stood dark and silent, crime scene tape still fluttering in the breeze. In that moment, I made a decision. I couldn't change what had happened, but I could work to prevent it from happening again. I would dedicate myself to protecting Fairview, to being the guardian our town needed in these dark times. Little did I know that this commitment would be tested sooner than I could have imagined, as the echoes of Halstead's madness continued to reverberate through our community. In the months following the tragedy at the Miller house, Fairview struggled to regain its footing. The initial shock had worn off, but a pervasive sense of unease lingered in the air. It was as if a veil had been lifted, revealing the potential for darkness that had always existed beneath the surface of our idyllic small-town life. As summer turned to fall, strange occurrences began to plague the town. It started small, reports of vandalism at the local cemetery, strange symbols carved into trees at the edge of town, whispers of shadowy figures seen lurking near abandoned buildings at night. At first, we dismissed these incidents as the work of pranksters or overactive imaginations fueled by the recent tragedy. But as Halloween approached, things took a more sinister turn. A group of teenagers, inspired by the morbid fascination surrounding the Miller house, decided to break in for a night of ghost hunting. What they found inside sent them running in terror: fresh candles arranged in bizarre patterns, and walls newly adorned with the same type of symbols found in Halstead's journals. When I arrived at the scene, my blood ran cold. The symbols were an exact match to those we had documented months ago, drawn with the same frenzied precision. But David Halstead was dead. I had seen to that myself, which meant that someone else was continuing his work. A thorough search of the property revealed no physical evidence of an intruder, but the implications were clear. Halstead's madness had spread beyond his death, infecting others with its toxic ideology. As news of this development spread through town, the fear that had begun to subside reignited with a vengeance. Parents kept their children home from school, businesses closed early, and a self-imposed curfew fell over Fairview. The carefree spirit that had once defined our community was replaced by a cloud of suspicion and paranoia. In response to the growing crisis, I called a town meeting at the community center. The large hall was packed to capacity, filled with concerned citizens looking for answers and reassurance. As I stood at the podium facing the sea of worried faces, I felt the weight of their expectations pressing down on me. "I know you're all scared," I began, my voice carrying clearly through the hushed room. What happened to Emily Larkin was a tragedy, one that shook us all to our core. And now, with these new incidents, it's natural to feel afraid. But we cannot let fear control us. We cannot let the actions of one disturbed individual, or those who might seek to emulate him, destroy the community we've built together. I outlined the steps we were taking to increase security and investigate the recent occurrences. I emphasized the importance of community vigilance, urging people to report any suspicious activity without falling into the trap of baseless accusations or hysteria. As the meeting concluded, I could sense a shift in the atmosphere. There was still fear, yes, but also a renewed sense of determination. Fairview had been knocked down, but we were not out. We would face this threat together, as a community. In the weeks that followed, we saw an increase in neighborhood watch participation, and a stronger sense of cooperation between the police force and the citizens we served. People began to look out for one another more actively, checking in on elderly neighbors and organizing community events to maintain a sense of normalcy. But even as Fairview rallied, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were missing something crucial. The incidents at the Miller house felt like more than just copycat actions or misguided pranks. There was a deliberateness to them, a purpose that eluded my understanding. Late one night, as I pored over the case files for the 100th time, a detail caught my eye. In one of Halstead's journals, he had made repeated references to a circle and chosen ones who would carry on his work. At the time, we had dismissed it as the ramblings of a deranged mind. But now, in light of recent events, I began to wonder if there was more to it. As I delved deeper into Halstead's writings, a disturbing pattern began to emerge. His references to a circle and chosen ones were more frequent and detailed than we had initially realized. It appeared that Halstead believed he was part of a larger group, tasked with preparing for some sort of apocalyptic event. This revelation cast the recent incidents in a new light. If Halstead had indeed been part of a larger organization, it was possible that other members were continuing his work. The implications were chilling. We might be dealing with a coordinated group rather than isolated copycats. I shared my findings with Chief Anderson, who agreed that this new information warranted a deeper investigation. We decided to reach out to the state police and the FBI for assistance, recognizing that this situation might be beyond the capabilities of our small-town force. As we waited for additional resources to arrive, we increased patrols around town, paying special attention to abandoned properties and areas where the strange symbols had been found. The citizens of Fairview, while still on edge, rallied to support these efforts. Neighborhood watch groups coordinated with our officers, providing extra eyes and ears on the ground. Despite these precautions, the unsettling incidents continued. More symbols appeared around town, always in locations that were difficult to monitor. Anonymous tips began to come in, Speaking of shadowy gatherings in the woods outside of town, each new development added to the growing sense of unease that permeated Fairview. With the arrival of state police and FBI resources, our investigation took on a new level of intensity. Agents combed through Halstead's personal effects, analyzed his online activities, and began to piece together a network of contacts that stretched far beyond the borders of our small town. As the lead local officer on the case, I found myself working closely with FBI agent Sarah Reeves. Agent Reeves was a no-nonsense professional with a background in cult activity and fringe religious groups. Her expertise proved invaluable as we delved deeper into the twisted ideology that had driven Halstead. Based on what we've uncovered, Agent Reeves explained during one of our briefings, it appears that Halstead was involved with a loosely organized group that calls itself the Circle of the Eternal Night. They believe in hastening the arrival of some sort of cosmic entity through ritual sacrifice and the creation of what they call nodes of power. The more we learned about this group, the more concerned I became. It seemed that the Miller House incident, as horrific as it was, might have been just the beginning of their plans for Fairview. Our breakthrough came when we managed to identify one of Halstead's online contacts, a local man named Michael Thornton. Thornton had a history of mental health issues and had been in and out of treatment facilities over the years. More importantly, he had been seen in the vicinity of several locations where the strange symbols had appeared. We obtained a warrant to search Thornton's residence, a small apartment on the outskirts of town. What we found there confirmed our worst fears. The walls were covered in the same symbols we had found at the Miller House, and we discovered journals that mirrored Halstead's writings in their fervor and delusion. But Thornton himself was nowhere to be found. It appeared he had fled shortly before our arrival, tipped off perhaps by some unknown source. This development added a new urgency to our investigation. We now had a name and a face to pursue, but also the knowledge that our quarry was aware of our interest. As we expanded our search for Thornton, we also focused on identifying other potential members of the circle. This proved to be a challenging task, as the group operated with a high degree of secrecy and paranoia. However, bit by bit we began to uncover a network that stretched throughout the region, with Fairview as its epicenter. The citizens of Fairview, already on edge from the previous incidents, reacted to these new developments with a mixture of fear and determination. Many volunteered to assist in the search for Thornton, while others worked to support the law enforcement efforts in any way they could. As the investigation progressed, I found myself working long hours, often late into the night. The case had become more than just a professional obligation. It was personal. I felt a deep responsibility to the people of Fairview, a need to protect them from the darkness that threatened to engulf our town. Little did I know that our efforts were about to come to a head in a confrontation that would test the limits of our resolve and forever change the face of Fairview. Our search for Michael Thornton and other members of the Circle of the Eternal Night came to a dramatic climax on a cold November night. An anonymous tip led us to an abandoned warehouse on the outskirts of town, where a gathering of the group was supposedly taking place. As we approached the location, the tension was palpable. A joint task force of local police, state troopers, and FBI agents had been assembled for the operation. The warehouse loomed before us, a hulking silhouette against the night sky. Agent Reeves and I led one of the entry teams. As we breached the main entrance, the scene that greeted us was like something out of a nightmare. The interior of the warehouse had been transformed into a macabre temple, with strange symbols covering the walls and floor. Candles flickered in intricate patterns, casting eerie shadows that seemed to move of their own accord. In the center of this grotesque display stood Michael Thornton, surrounded by a group of robed figures. They were in the midst of some sort of ritual, their chanting rising to a fever pitch as we entered. "FBI, everybody freeze," Agent Reeves shouted, her voice cutting through the chanting. For a moment, everything seemed to stand still. Then, chaos erupted. Some of the cultists attempted to flee, while others, including Thornton, turned to confront us. The ensuing struggle was intense but mercifully brief. Our superior numbers and training quickly overwhelmed the cultists. As the dust settled and we began to process the scene, the true scope of what we had uncovered became clear. Documents found at the site revealed plans for a series of ritual killings intended to create a network of power nodes throughout the region. Fairview, it seemed, was to be the epicenter of this dark design. The interrogations that followed painted a picture of a group driven by a mixture of mental illness, desperation, and a twisted ideology that promised power and purpose to its adherents. Many of the cultists were local residents, people I had known for years. The realization that this darkness had taken root so close to home was deeply unsettling. In the days following the raid, Fairview was once again thrust into the national spotlight. The exposure of a cult operating in the heart of small-town America captured the public imagination, bringing a fresh wave of media attention and curiosity seekers to our community. The aftermath of the cult's exposure and the subsequent arrests left Fairview reeling. The knowledge that friends and neighbors had been involved in such dark activity shook the foundations of trust within the community. People looked at each other with new eyes, wondering who else might be hiding terrible secrets. As the legal proceedings began, I found myself spending long hours testifying and assisting in the prosecution of the cult members. The trials were a grueling process, forcing us to relive the horrors we had uncovered and confront the human cost of the cult's activities. Throughout this period, I struggled with my own feelings of guilt and responsibility. Could I have done more to prevent this? Should I have seen the signs earlier? These questions haunted me, even as I worked to help the community heal. The recovery process for Fairview was slow and painful. Support groups were formed for those affected by the cult's activities, including family members of the arrested cultists. The town held numerous community meetings and events aimed at rebuilding trust and a sense of security. As the months passed, I noticed a gradual shift in the town's atmosphere. The initial fear and suspicion began to give way to a renewed sense of community spirit. People seemed more aware of their neighbors, more willing to reach out and offer support to those in need. 5 years have passed since the events that shook Fairview to its core. In that time, our town has undergone a profound transformation. The scars remain, but they have become a part of our shared history, a reminder of the darkness we faced and overcame together. I have since been promoted to Chief of Police, a position that allows me to continue working to protect and serve the community I love. The experiences we went through have shaped my approach to law enforcement, emphasizing the importance of community engagement and mental health awareness. Fairview itself has become something of a case study in community resilience. Researchers and law enforcement professionals from around the country have visited to learn from our experiences and the measures we've put in place to prevent similar incidents in the future. As I reflect on the events of that fateful year, I am struck by the complexity of human nature, its capacity for both great evil and tremendous good. The cult members, driven by delusion and desperation, caused immeasurable harm. But the response of the community, the way people came together to support one another and rebuild, revealed the inherent strength and goodness that exists within us all. The Miller House, once a symbol of the terror that gripped our town, has been demolished. In its place stands a community garden, a place of growth and renewal. It serves as a fitting metaphor for Fairview itself. From the ashes of tragedy, we have cultivated new life and hope. As I walk the streets of Fairview today, I see a town forever changed but not defeated. We carry the memory of those dark days with us, but we do not let it define us. Instead, we have chosen to learn from our past and use that knowledge to build a stronger, more compassionate community. The events of 2011 taught us that evil can lurk in the most unexpected places, but they also showed us the power of unity and resilience. As long as we remain vigilant, support one another, and face our challenges together, I believe that Fairview, and communities like it across the country, can withstand whatever darkness may come. In the end, this is not just a story about a crime or a cult. It's a story about a town that looked into the abyss and emerged stronger for it. It's a testament to the enduring spirit of community and the fundamental goodness that exists within us all. And it's a reminder that even in our darkest moments, there is always hope for a brighter tomorrow.
Fair it's Pearl Big.
My name is Connor Radcliffe, and the events I'm about to recount occurred during the summer of 2004. At the time, I was 19 years old, working as a counselor at Camp Silver Lake in Pennsylvania. The decision to take this position was driven by a desire to distance myself from my parents' constant pressuring and to earn money for my impending college education. Camp Silver Lake was situated in a picturesque location, surrounded by dense forests and centered around a pristine lake. The main lodge, a large wooden structure, served as the hub of camp activities. Surrounding it were numerous cabins for campers and staff, as well as various activity areas for sports, crafts, and outdoor pursuits. Upon my arrival at the camp, I was struck by the serene atmosphere. The air was crisp and clean, filled with the scent of pine and the sounds of nature. It was a stark contrast to the urban environment I had left behind, and I found myself looking forward to the summer ahead. The week before the campers' arrival was dedicated to staff orientation and preparation. It was during this time that I became acquainted with my fellow counselors. There was Evan, an athletic individual with a penchant for organizing physical activities and a seemingly boundless energy for long-distance running. Cassidy was our resident artist, always eager to engage in creative projects and share her passion for arts and crafts. Maddie, a longtime camp attendee turned counselor, naturally assumed a leadership role among us. As I was unpacking my belongings in one of the staff cabins, Maddie entered, clipboard in hand. Her demeanor was professional and focused, a testament to her experience with the camp's operations. "Connor," she said, her tone businesslike, "you're assigned to kitchen duty this evening. Please ensure everything runs smoothly." I nodded in acknowledgement, attempting to inject some levity into the conversation. "I'll do my best not to burn down the camp. If I do, we can always blame it on the legendary ghost of Silver Lake." Maddie's serious expression softened slightly, and she allowed herself a small chuckle. "I'm sure the campers would find that entertaining. Just focus on your responsibilities, please." As Maddie left, I returned to my unpacking, my mind wandering to the summer ahead. Little did I know that my joke about camp ghosts would prove to be unnervingly prescient. The subsequent days were filled with preparation activities. We cleaned and organized the cabins, checked the safety equipment, and planned the summer's activities. The atmosphere among the staff was one of anticipation and excitement. When the campers arrived, the camp burst into life. The air filled with the sounds of laughter, splashing water, and the general commotion of children enjoying their summer adventure. I was assigned to oversee Cabin 6, housing a group of boys aged 12 to 13. They were an energetic bunch, full of enthusiasm for the camp activities. However, one camper in particular, Jameson, proved to be a challenge. He had a habit of sneaking out after lights out, necessitating frequent retrieval missions on my part. Each time, I would remind him of the potential dangers lurking in the surrounding woods, emphasizing the ease with which one could become lost in the dense forest. As the first week progressed, we settled into a routine of activities: hiking, swimming, crafts, and campfire gatherings. The days were long and tiring, but there was a sense of fulfillment in guiding the campers through their experiences. It was during this time that I began to notice subtle changes in the camp's atmosphere. At first, it was easy to dismiss. A gun-explained rustle in the bushes, a shadow glimpsed from the corner of my eye. But as the days wore on, these occurrences became more frequent, and a sense of unease began to permeate the camp. Little did we know that these small disturbances were merely the prelude to the terrifying events that would soon unfold, forever changing our lives and the history of Camp Silver Lake. The weekend marking the end of our first week at Camp Silver Lake began like any other. The air was filled with the excited chatter of campers anticipating a day of activities. However, as the staff gathered for our morning meeting, an unsettling realization dawned upon us. Maddie was absent. Initially, we attributed her absence to ordinary causes. Perhaps she had overslept or decided to take an early morning swim in the lake. However, as the hours passed with no sign of her, our concern grew exponentially. Evan, ever the proactive individual, took charge of the situation. "All right, everyone," he announced, his voice carrying a mixture of authority and concern. "We need to organize a search. We'll divide into pairs and cover every inch of this camp. Check the cabins, the lake, and the surrounding woods. Leave no stone unturned." I was paired with Cassidy for the search. As we ventured into the dense forest surrounding the camp, an eerie silence enveloped us. The usual sounds of wildlife seemed muted, adding to the growing sense of unease. "Maddie," we called out repeatedly, our voices echoing through the trees. The lack of response was disconcerting. As we pushed deeper into the woods, the underbrush became thicker, scratching at our legs and snagging our clothing. The canopy overhead grew denser, casting deep shadows across our path. It was in one of these shadowy areas that we made a chilling discovery. Lying on the ground, partially obscured by fallen leaves, was Maddie's clipboard. The sight of it sent a shiver down my spine. Maddie was known for her meticulous nature. The idea of her carelessly discarding her clipboard was inconceivable. Cassidy's face paled as she knelt to retrieve the clipboard. "This isn't good, Connor," she said, her voice barely above a whisper. "Maddie wouldn't just leave this behind." I nodded in agreement, a knot forming in my stomach. "Let's head back and report this to the others. Maybe they found something more." As we made our way back to the camp, the forest seemed to close in around us. Every snapping twig and rustling leaf set our nerves on edge. The camp, which had always felt like a safe haven, now seemed vulnerable and exposed. Upon our return, we gathered with the other counselors at the main lodge. The atmosphere was tense as each pair reported their findings, or lack thereof. No one had seen any sign of Maddie beyond the clipboard we had discovered. Evan, his usual confidence somewhat shaken, made the decision we all knew was necessary. "We need to contact the authorities," he stated firmly. "This is beyond our capabilities to handle." The arrival of the police brought a new level of gravity to the situation. As they took our statements and began their own search, the reality of Maddie's disappearance began to sink in. The campers, sensing the adult's distress, became anxious and fearful. For days, the police scoured the area, utilizing search dogs and even a helicopter. But as the search wore on with no results, a sense of hopelessness began to set in. After a week of fruitless searching, the police were forced to scale back their efforts, leaving us with more questions than answers. In the wake of the police departure, we attempted to restore some semblance of normalcy to the camp. Activities resumed, but there was an undercurrent of tension that permeated every aspect of camp life. Every unexpected sound, every shadow, seemed to hold the potential for danger. It was against this backdrop of fear and uncertainty that the next shocking event occurred. One night, during my routine bed check, I discovered Jameson's bunk empty. The realization that another person had vanished hit me like a physical blow. With a sense of dread, I roused Evan and Cassidy, and we embarked on another search. As we ventured into the woods calling Jameson's name, the darkness seemed to press in around us, filled with unseen threats. It was then that I noticed a faint light in the distance, barely visible through the dense foliage. "Look," I said, pointing towards the light. "Over there." As we approached, we realized the light was coming from a dilapidated cabin, one that was not marked on any of the camp maps. The structure looked ancient, its wood weathered and warped by years of exposure. With trepidation, we entered the cabin. The sight that greeted us was horrifying. Jameson lay unconscious on the floor, bound with rope. The room was filled with strange symbols drawn on the walls and floor, their meanings unknown but undeniably sinister. As we rushed to untie Jameson and carry him to safety, a chilling realization settled over us. The events unfolding at Camp Silver Lake were far more terrifying than we could have imagined, and we were caught in the middle of a nightmare that was only beginning to unfold. The discovery of Jameson in the mysterious cabin marked a turning point in the unfolding events at Camp Silver Lake. Upon our return to the camp with the unconscious boy, we immediately contacted the authorities. The police response this time was swift and decisive, a stark contrast to the gradual wind down of the search for Maddie. As Jameson was rushed to the hospital, the camp became a hive of activity. Police officers combed the grounds, forensic teams descended on the cabin in the woods, and anxious parents began arriving to collect their children. The camp director, in consultation with the authorities, made the difficult decision to shut down operations for the summer. In the midst of this chaos, I found myself unable to simply walk away. The mysteries surrounding Maddie's disappearance and Jameson's abduction gnawed at me, demanding resolution. Evan and Cassidy, it turned out, I understand your concern, the director said, his face etched with worry lines. But this is a matter for the professionals. It could be dangerous. With all due respect, sir, I countered. We know this camp better than anyone. We can provide valuable assistance to the investigation. After some deliberation, and with the cautious approval of the lead detective, we were allowed to stay. The once bustling camp now felt eerily empty, its silence broken only by the activities of the investigating officers. Our first order of business was to revisit the cabin where we had found Jameson. In the light of day, its ominous aura was somewhat diminished, but the sense of wrongness lingered. The police had finished their initial examination but allowed us to look around under supervision. "What do you make of these symbols?" Cassidy asked, gesturing to the strange markings on the walls. Evan shook his head. "I've never seen anything like them. They don't look like any language I know." As we examined the cabin, a disturbing picture began to emerge. The symbols, while unfamiliar, seemed to be arranged in patterns. Some appeared repeatedly, while others were unique. It was clear that whoever had created them was following some sort of system or ritual. In one corner, we discovered a pile of personal effects. Among them was a backpack that we recognized as belonging to Maddie. The sight of it sent a chill through me. Whatever had happened to her, this cabin was undoubtedly connected. Over the next few days, we threw ourselves into the investigation. We pored over maps of the area, searching for any other structures or locations that might have escaped notice. We interviewed camp staff who had worked. One evening, as we sat in the main lodge reviewing our findings, Evan made a startling connection. "Look at this," he said, pointing to an old camp ledger. "There have been other disappearances over the years." This revelation added a new dimension to our investigation. Whatever was happening at Camp Silver Lake, it had roots that stretched back far longer than we had initially believed. As we delved deeper into the camp's history, we began to uncover whispers of local legends, stories of strange lights in the woods, of eerie sounds echoing across the lake at night, of hikers who ventured into the forest and never returned. These tales had always been dismissed as campfire stories, but in light of recent events they took on a more sinister significance. Our breakthrough came when we received word that Jameson had regained consciousness in the hospital. The detective assigned to the case allowed us to accompany him for the interview, recognizing that a familiar face might help put the boy at ease. Jameson's account was fragmented and confused, but one detail stood out with chilling clarity. He spoke of a man with a distinctive scar on his face, a man who had taken him from his bed and brought him to the cabin in the woods. "He kept talking about a ritual," Jameson said, his voice trembling. "Said he needed to complete the circle, whatever that means." As we left the hospital, the weight of this new information settled heavily upon us. We now had a face to associate with the horrors unfolding at Camp Silver Lake, the face of a scarred man, driven by some incomprehensible purpose. That night, as I lay in my bunk unable to sleep, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were on the verge of uncovering something far larger and more terrifying than we had initially imagined. The scarred man, the strange symbols, the history of disappearances, all pointed to a dark secret that had been festering in these woods for generations. As I finally drifted off to sleep, my dreams were plagued by visions of shadowy figures moving through the trees, of strange symbols glowing in the dark, and of a scarred face grinning with malevolent purpose. Little did I know that these nightmares were but a pale shadow of the horrors that awaited us in the coming days. Armed with the information from Jameson and our own research into the camp's history, we decided to take a more proactive approach in our investigation. After consulting with the lead detective, we formulated a plan to conduct nightly stakeouts around the camp, focusing particularly on the area near the mysterious cabin. We divided the night into shifts, each of us taking turns to watch for any unusual activity. The police provided us with walkie-talkies to maintain communication, and we were under strict instructions to alert them immediately if we spotted anything suspicious. The first few nights of our stakeout passed uneventfully. The forest was quiet, save for the usual nocturnal sounds of wildlife. However, the lack of activity did little to ease the tension that had settled over us. If anything, the waiting only served to heighten our anxiety. It was on the fourth night of our vigil that things took a dramatic turn. I was on watch with Cassidy, positioned near the edge of the camp overlooking the path that led to the cabin. The night was unusually still, with a thin mist clinging to the ground, obscuring the forest floor. As midnight approached, a sound caught my attention, a faint rustling, distinct from the ambient noises of the forest. I signaled to Cassidy, and we both peered intently into the darkness. At first, I thought my eyes were playing tricks on me. A shadow seemed to be moving through the trees, more fluid than any animal I had ever seen. As it drew closer, the shadow resolved into a human figure. My breath caught in my throat as I realized what I was seeing. The figure was tall and lean, moving with an unnatural grace through the undergrowth. But it was the face that sent a chill down my spine. Even in the dim moonlight, I could make out the distinctive scar that Jameson had described. "It's him," I whispered to Cassidy, my hand shaking as I reached for the walkie-talkie. "The scarred man." Before I could radio for backup, the figure stopped. For a heart-stopping moment, I thought he had spotted us. But then I realized he was carrying something, or someone, over his shoulder. "He's got another victim," Cassidy hissed, her voice tight with fear and anger. I quickly relayed our position and what we had seen to Evan and the police. Then, driven by a mixture of adrenaline and a desperate need to prevent another tragedy, we made the decision to follow the scarred man. Moving as quietly as we could, we trailed the figure through the woods. The mist made it difficult to keep sight of him, and more than once we nearly lost his trail. But somehow, we managed to keep pace. After what seemed like an eternity of tense pursuit, the scarred man came to a stop in a small clearing. As he lowered his burden to the ground, I recognized the unconscious form of Steve, another counselor who had stayed behind to assist with the investigation. My mind raced as I tried to formulate a plan. We were unarmed, save for my pocket knife, Evan's baseball bat, and Cassidy's heavy-duty flashlight. The police were on their way, but I knew we couldn't wait for them to arrive. Every second counted. With a silent nod to my companions, we spread out to surround the clearing. My heart pounded in my chest as I crept forward, acutely aware of every twig and leaf beneath my feet. The scarred man seemed preoccupied with his unconscious captive, giving us a momentary advantage. Taking a deep breath to steady my nerves, I made my move. In one swift motion, I pressed my pocket knife against the man's back, my voice low and steady as I spoke. "Don't move." The scarred man froze, his body tensing at the sudden threat. His voice, when he spoke, was low and gravelly, sending chills down my spine. "You don't know what you're getting into." Evan stepped forward, his baseball bat at the ready. "Who are you? Why are you doing this?" The man's response was chilling in its calm delivery. "Names don't matter. What matters is that you've interfered with something much bigger than you can comprehend." Cassidy, her flashlight gripped tightly, interjected with barely contained anger. "You're just a psychopath. This ends now." What happened next occurred with frightening speed. The scarred man moved with inhuman quickness, his elbow connecting with my stomach and knocking the wind out of me. Evan swung his bat, but the man ducked, wrenching the weapon from his grasp. Cassidy, reacting quickly, swung her flashlight. The heavy object connected with the man's head, causing him to stumble. Seizing the opportunity, I tackled him to the ground. We grappled in the dirt, his strength far exceeding what his lean frame suggested. Through sheer determination and the advantage of numbers, we managed to subdue him. Evan and Cassidy quickly bound his hands and feet with rope we had brought for our stakeout. As we caught our breath, the sound of approaching sirens filled the air. The police had arrived, drawn by our earlier radio call. The scarred man was taken into custody, and paramedics tended to the still unconscious Steve. In the days that followed, we hoped for answers. However, the scarred man remained stubbornly silent, refusing to divulge any information about his motives or the whereabouts of Maddie. The police investigation continued, but without further leads, it eventually stalled. The camp never reopened. The events of that summer casting a long shadow over its once idyllic reputation. For those of us who had lived through the ordeal, the scars ran deep, both physical and emotional. In the weeks and months following the capture of the scarred man, life took on a surreal quality. The events at Camp Silver Lake had shaken us to our core, leaving us grappling with questions that seemed to have no answers. The authorities conducted a thorough investigation, combing through every inch of the camp and the surrounding forest. Despite their efforts, no trace of Maddie was ever found. The symbols in the cabin were analyzed by experts, but their meaning remained elusive, adding another layer of mystery to the already perplexing case. The scarred man, identified through fingerprints as Jared Blackwood, had no prior criminal record. His background check revealed a disturbingly normal life up until a few years before the incidents at the camp. What had triggered his descent into madness and violence remained unclear. As summer faded into fall, we each tried to come to terms with what had happened in our own ways. I found myself plagued by nightmares, reliving the terrifying moments in the forest clearing. The sound of rustling leaves or an unexpected shadow was enough to send my heart racing. Evan threw himself into physical activities with even greater fervor than before, as if trying to outrun the memories. Cassidy turned to her art, producing dark, unsettling pieces that seemed to capture the essence of our shared trauma. We stayed in touch, bound by the experiences we had shared. Our conversations often circled back to that summer, each of us trying to make sense of what had happened. The unanswered questions gnawed at us, particularly the fate of Maddie and the true nature of Blackwood's motivations. As time passed, we gradually began to rebuild our lives. I enrolled in college as planned, though my chosen field of study shifted to psychology, driven by a desire to understand the human mind and perhaps gain some insight into the events we had experienced. 5 years after the events at Camp Silver Lake, I found myself back in the area, drawn by a mix of nostalgia and an unresolved need for closure. The camp itself remained abandoned, its buildings slowly reclaimed by nature. As I stood at the edge of the property, memories flooded back with startling clarity. The laughter of children, the crackling of campfires, the sense of camaraderie among the staff, all overshadowed by the terror that had unfolded here. During my visit, I met with local authorities to inquire about any developments in the case. While there had been no breakthroughs, they shared some unsettling information. Over the years, there had been sporadic reports of strange sightings in the woods surrounding the former camp. Glimpses of shadowy figures, unexplained lights, and eerie sounds echoing through the trees. These reports, while unsubstantiated, sent a chill down my spine. They hinted at the possibility that whatever dark forces had been at work during that fateful summer might still be active, lurking just beyond the edge of civilization. A decade after the Camp Silver Lake incident, Evan, Cassidy, and I reunited for a weekend getaway. As we sat around a campfire, notably far from any dense forests, the conversation inevitably turned to the events of that summer. Evan, now a physical education teacher, spoke of his ongoing struggles with hypervigilance. "I can't shake the feeling of being watched," he admitted, his eyes darting to the shadows beyond our circle of light. Cassidy, who had become a successful artist known for her evocative and slightly disturbing works, nodded in understanding. "I see his face sometimes," she said quietly. "The scarred man. In crowds, in my dreams. I know it's not real, but..." As we talked, we realized that each of us had been drawn to careers and lifestyles that in some way reflected our experiences. My work in psychology, Evan's focus on physical preparedness, Cassidy's exploration of darkness through art, all were, in their own ways, attempts to process and understand what we had been through. It was during this reunion that we made a startling discovery. In discussing our individual research into the history of the area, we found that the pattern of disappearances and strange occurrences stretched back much further than we had initially realized. Generations of locals had whispered about the curse of Silver Lake, a legend we had dismissed as campfire stories but now took on a more ominous significance. As our weekend came to a close, we made a pact. We would continue to investigate, to seek answers to the questions that had haunted us for so long. Not out of a desire for adventure or closure, but out of a sense of responsibility to those who had been lost, and to prevent future tragedies. In the years that followed, we maintained our connection, sharing any new information we uncovered. We created a network of contacts, local historians, paranormal researchers, and even a few sympathetic law enforcement officers, all dedicated to unraveling the mysteries surrounding Camp Silver Lake. While we never fully solved the puzzle, our efforts were not in vain. Our vigilance and willingness to speak out about our experiences led to increased awareness and safety measures in wilderness areas across the region. The legend of the Scarred Man became a cautionary tale, reminding people to remain alert and prepared in the great outdoors. As I reflect on the events of that summer and the journey it set us on, I am struck by the resilience of the human spirit. We faced unimaginable horrors, yet we emerged not broken but determined. The scars remain, both physical and emotional, but they serve as a reminder of our strength and the bonds forged in adversity. The mystery of Camp Silver Lake may never be fully resolved, but in our continued quest for answers, we honor the memory of those lost and stand guard against the darkness that lurks at the edges of our world. For in the face of the unknown, vigilance is not just a choice, but a responsibility we all share. My name is Quinlan Adair, and until recently, I thought I knew everything there was to know about my quiet life in Goldfield, Nevada. I run a small auto repair shop, a place my father handed down to me, where everyone knows everyone. I never imagined I'd be telling this story, but recent events have compelled me to share my experience. I was born and raised in Goldfield, a town that time seems to have forgotten. The rhythm of small-town life suited me perfectly. I spent my days fixing cars, chatting with folks who came by the shop, and returning home each evening to my old dog, Rusty. It was a routine as comforting as it was predictable. My shop, Adair Auto Repair, sat on the main street of Goldfield, a weathered but well-maintained building that had seen decades of vehicles come and go. The interior was a testament to my father's legacy and my own passion for automobiles. Tools lined the walls, the smell of oil and grease permeated the air, and the sound of metal on metal was a constant companion. This all started one summer evening. I'd been working on a 1965 Mustang for a guy named Wallace Renfro. Wallace was one of those folks who had more money than sense, always looking for his next project. He'd left the car with me a week ago, promising to return in 7 days. True to form, he was late by 2 days. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows across the shop floor, Wallace finally showed up. His booming voice preceded him as he pushed open the door, setting off the small bell above it. "Hey, Quinn," he called out, his enthusiasm unchanged despite his tardiness. "Got that Mustang ready for me?" I emerged from under the hood of another car, wiping my greasy hands on a rag. "Just about, Wally," I replied, nodding towards the gleaming blue Mustang. "Few more tweaks and she'll be purring like a kitten." Wallace clapped me on the shoulder, his grin wide beneath his bushy mustache. "Good man," he said, his eyes roving appreciatively over the car. Then, almost as an afterthought, he added, "Hey, you ever been out to the old Silver Peak mines?" I shook my head, my brow furrowing slightly. "Can't say I have. Heard they're haunted, though." Wallace laughed, a hearty sound that echoed through the shop. "You believe in ghosts, Quinn?" "Not particularly," I said, turning back to the Mustang to make a final adjustment. But I don't see much reason to go poking around old mines either. Wallace's voice dropped to a conspiratorial whisper. Well, I heard some stories about folks seeing strange creatures out there. Some say it's a wild animal, others say it's something worse. I chuckled, assuming it was just another one of Wallace's tall tales. He was known for embellishing stories after a few drinks at the local bar. Yeah, well, I think I'll stick to cars. They don't bite. Wallace grinned, a glint in his eye that I couldn't quite decipher. But if you're ever curious, you should check it out. It's a real thrill. As Wallace drove off in his newly restored Mustang, I locked up the shop and headed home. The conversation about the mines lingered in my mind, an unsettling whisper at the edge of my thoughts. Little did I know that this casual exchange would be the catalyst for events that would change my life and the town of Goldfield forever. That night, as I lay in bed with Rusty snoring softly at my feet, I found myself unable to sleep. Maybe it was the way Wallace had talked about the mines, or perhaps it was just my natural curiosity getting the best of me. Either way, I tossed and turned, unable to shake the idea from my head. The old Silver Peak mines had been abandoned for decades, a relic of Nevada's mining boom. They'd always been there, a constant presence on the outskirts of our lives, but never something I'd given much thought to. Now they loomed large in my imagination, filled with shadows and whispered secrets. As the first light of dawn began to creep through my curtains, I made a decision that would set in motion a chain of events I could never have anticipated. I would drive out to Silver Peak, just to see what all the fuss was about. It was just curiosity, I told myself, nothing more than a quick look to put my mind at ease. Little did I know that this simple decision would lead me into a nightmare beyond anything I could have imagined. A confrontation with something that defied explanation and threatened not just my life but the very fabric of our quiet town. The next morning, I woke early, my mind still buzzing with thoughts of the mines. I went through my usual routine, feeding Rusty, having a quick breakfast, and getting ready for the day. But instead of heading to the shop, I found myself packing a small bag with water, some snacks, and a flashlight. I told myself it was just a precaution, that I was only going for a quick look. But deep down, I knew I was preparing for something more. The anticipation of the unknown tugged at me, a mixture of excitement and dread that I couldn't quite shake. The drive to Silver Peak took about an hour, the road winding through arid landscapes and scrubby hills. The farther I got from Goldfield, the more isolated I felt. The radio signal faded to static, leaving me alone with my thoughts and the hum of the engine. As I approached the old mining site, the landscape became increasingly desolate. Rusty machinery lay scattered about, half buried in sand and dirt. The entrance to one of the mines yawned open like the mouth of some ancient beast, a dark void against the stark desert backdrop. I parked my truck and stepped out, the crunch of gravel under my boots seeming unnaturally loud in the stillness. The air was heavy with heat and the scent of dust and creosote. A light breeze stirred, carrying with it a faint, unpleasant odor that I couldn't quite place. Standing there, looking at the mine entrance, I felt a chill despite the desert heat. Every instinct told me to turn back, to get in my truck and drive away. But curiosity, that dangerous human trait, pushed me forward. I approached the mine entrance, flashlight in hand. The beam seemed feeble against the yawning darkness ahead. I took a deep breath, steeling myself, and stepped inside. The temperature dropped immediately. The cool, damp air a stark contrast to the heat outside. The smell was stronger here, a musty organic scent that reminded me of decay. My flashlight beam cut through the gloom, revealing jagged walls and abandoned tools. I walked deeper into the mine, my footsteps echoing off the walls. The further I went, the more oppressive the silence became. It was as if the very air was thick with secrets, the weight of years of abandonment pressing down on me. Just as I was about to turn back, convinced that Wallace's stories were nothing more than fanciful tales, I heard it, a low guttural sound, like a growl, but deeper, more primal. It echoed through the tunnels, seeming to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. I froze, every muscle in my body tensing. The sound came again, closer this time. My heart pounded in my chest, the rush of blood in my ears almost drowning out the eerie growl. I swung the flashlight around wildly, the beam dancing across the rocky walls. And then I saw it, a glimpse of something that made my blood run cold. It was a figure, hunched over in a side tunnel. For a split second, the light caught its eyes, reflecting back with an unnatural, yellowish glow. The rest of its form was indistinct, a mass of matted fur and misshapen limbs. My brain struggled to process what I was seeing. It was like nothing I'd ever encountered, a nightmarish amalgamation of man and beast, standing on two legs but covered in thick, coarse hair. The creature moved, a fluid motion that belied its bulk. It was coming towards me, those glowing eyes fixed on mine with a terrifying intelligence. Every fiber of my being screamed at me to run, but my feet seemed rooted to the spot. I stood there paralyzed with fear as the creature advanced. It let out another growl, louder this time, the sound reverberating through the tunnel and shaking me to my core. That's when my survival instinct finally kicked in. I turned and ran, my feet slipping on the damp stone floor. I could hear the creature behind me, its heavy breathing and the sound of claws scraping against rocks spurring me on. I burst out of the mine entrance, the sudden brightness momentarily blinding me. I didn't stop, didn't look back. I ran to my truck, fumbling with the keys, my hands shaking so badly I could barely get the door open. As I finally managed to start the engine and tear out of there, I caught a glimpse in my rearview mirror. The creature stood at the mine entrance, its form silhouetted against the darkness behind it. Even from a distance, I could feel the weight of its gaze. I drove back to Goldfield in a daze, my mind reeling from what I'd seen. I knew I had to tell someone, but who would believe me? How could I even begin to describe what I'd encountered in those dark tunnels? As the familiar buildings of Goldfield came into view, I made a decision. I would go to Sheriff Marta Lang. If anyone would listen, it would be her. Little did I know that this was just the beginning, that the horror I'd witnessed in the mine was about to spill out into our quiet town, changing everything forever. I drove straight to the sheriff's office, my hands still shaking on the steering wheel. The small, sand-colored building sat on the corner of Main Street, its windows reflecting the late afternoon sun. I parked haphazardly, not bothering to straighten out, and rushed inside. Sheriff Marta Lang was a no-nonsense woman in her late 40s, with short-cropped gray hair and eyes that missed nothing. She looked up from her desk as I burst in, her expression shifting from surprise to concern. "Quinn, what's wrong?" "You look like you've seen a ghost," she said, standing up. I took a deep breath, trying to calm myself. "Marta," she gestured for me to sit down, her brow furrowed. "Start from the beginning," she said, her voice calm and steady. So I did. I told her about Wallace's stories, about my trip to the mines, and about the creature I'd encountered. As I spoke, I could see the doubt creeping into her eyes. When I finished, Marta leaned back in her chair, studying me. "Quinn," she said slowly, "are you sure you didn't hit your head or something? Maybe the heat got to you?" I shook my head vehemently. "I know what I saw, Marta. There's something out there. Something not natural." She sighed, rubbing her temples. "Look, Quinn, I've known you a long time. You're not the type to make up stories, but what you're describing is just not possible." "I know how it sounds," I insisted, leaning forward, "but I'm telling you, it's real, and it's dangerous." Marta stood up, walking around her desk to put a hand on my shoulder. "You need to get some rest. You look like hell. Go home, get some sleep. If you still feel the same way tomorrow, we'll talk again." I nodded, knowing I wouldn't get anywhere by pushing. As I stood to leave, Marta added, "And Quinn, maybe lay off the late-night horror movies for a while, okay?" I managed a weak smile and left, feeling deflated and alone. As I walked back to my truck, I could feel eyes on me. A few of the townsfolk were watching, curiosity and concern evident on their faces. News traveled fast in Goldfield, and I knew my frantic visit to the sheriff wouldn't go unnoticed. That night, sleep eluded me. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw those glowing yellow orbs staring back at me. The growl echoed in my ears, sending shivers down my spine. Rusty seemed to sense my unease, staying closer than usual, his warm presence a small comfort in the darkness. The next few days passed in a blur. I went through the motions at the shop, fixing cars and chatting with customers, but my mind was elsewhere. I couldn't shake the feeling that something terrible was coming, that the creature I'd seen was just the beginning. And then, slowly but surely, strange things started happening around town. It began with missing livestock. Old Man Johnson reported that 2 of his sheep had vanished overnight, with no signs of predators. Then the Wilkins family lost a cow, again with no explanation. People began to talk. At first, it was just whispers, theories about coyotes or mountain lions. But as the incidents increased, the rumors grew wilder. Some folks recalled Wallace's stories about the mines, and soon everyone was talking about the beast of Goldfield. I kept my head down, not wanting to fuel the speculation. But inside, I was a mess of conflicting emotions. Part of me felt vindicated. Clearly, something was out there. But another part of me was terrified. I knew what this thing was capable of, and I feared it was only a matter of time before it turned its attention to the town itself. Marta did her best to calm the growing panic. She organized town meetings, assuring everyone that they were investigating the incidents and increasing patrols. But I could see the worry in her eyes, the growing realization that something wasn't right. One evening, about a week after my encounter at the mines, I was closing up the shop when Wallace burst in. His face was pale, his eyes wide with fear. "Quinn," he gasped, out of breath. "You gotta help me. It's real. That thing, it's real." I felt a chill run down my spine. "Calm down, Wally," I said, grabbing him by the shoulders. "What happened?" He took a shuddering breath, his hands shaking as he gripped my arms. "I went back to the mines. I saw it too. It attacked me. I barely got away. My blood ran cold. Did you tell Marta?" He nodded. "She's sending a search party tomorrow. But Quinn, I don't think they know what they're dealing with." As Wallace left, his words echoed in my mind. I knew he was right. Whatever was out there, it wasn't something Marta and her deputies were equipped to handle. And I knew, with a sinking feeling in my gut, that I couldn't stand by and do nothing. That night, as I lay in bed staring at the ceiling, I made a decision. I would go back to the mines. I had to see for myself, to confirm what Wallace had said. And if the creature was still there, well, I'd cross that bridge when I came to it. Little did I know that this decision would lead me into a confrontation that would change not just my life but the fate of our entire town. As I drifted off into an uneasy sleep, the growl from the mines echoed in my dreams, a harbinger of the terror to come. I woke before dawn, my mind made up. I moved quietly through the house, not wanting to wake Rusty. I packed a bag with essentials, water, energy bars, a first aid kit. Then, after a moment's hesitation, I retrieved my father's old shotgun from the closet. I hadn't fired it in years, but its weight in my hands was reassuring. The drive to Silver Peak seemed shorter this time, the landscape blurring past as my mind raced with possibilities. What if I couldn't find anything? What if Marta and the others were right, and it had all been in my imagination? But even worse, what if the creature was still there? I arrived at the mines just as the first rays of sunlight were peeking over the horizon. The area was eerily quiet, the only sound the crunch of gravel under my boots as I approached the mine entrance. Standing there, staring into the darkness, I felt a moment of doubt. Was I really going to do this? Go back into those tunnels where I'd encountered that thing? But then I thought of Wallace, of the fear in his eyes, and I knew I had no choice. I clicked on my flashlight and entered the mine. The cool, damp air hit me like a wall, carrying with it that same musty, organic scent I remembered. My flashlight beam seemed feeble against the oppressive darkness, barely illuminating a few feet ahead. I moved slowly, every sense on high alert. The tunnel seemed to go on forever, twisting and turning, leading deeper into the earth. I tried to remember the path I'd taken before. As I ventured deeper into the mine, the air grew thicker, making it increasingly difficult to breathe. The beam of my flashlight caught glimpses of abandoned mining equipment, rusted and decaying, silent witnesses to the passage of time. The walls seemed to close in, the tunnels becoming narrower and more claustrophobic. Suddenly, I heard a sound that made my blood run cold, a low, guttural growl echoing through the tunnels. It was the same sound I had heard during my first encounter, a noise that defied explanation and sent shivers down my spine. I gripped my shotgun tighter, my palms sweating despite the cool air. The growl came again, closer this time. I swung my flashlight around, trying to locate the source of the sound. That's when I saw it. The creature stood at the end of the tunnel, its eyes reflecting the light with an eerie yellowish glow. It was just as I remembered, a nightmarish amalgamation of man and beast, covered in matted fur with limbs that seemed too long and jointed in unnatural ways. For a moment we stood frozen, staring at each other. Then, with a roar that shook dust from the tunnel walls, it charged. I raised the shotgun and fired, the blast deafening in the confined space. The creature stumbled but didn't fall. It kept coming, moving with a speed that belied its bulk. I fired again, and again, until the gun clicked empty. The creature howled in pain, blood matting its fur, but it didn't stop. It lunged at me, claws outstretched. I ducked and rolled, feeling the rush of air as its claws barely missed my head. Panic overtook me. I scrambled to my feet and ran, not caring which direction I was going. I could hear the creature behind me, its labored breathing and the sound of claws scraping against rock spurring me on. I burst out of the mine entrance, gasping for air. The sudden brightness momentarily blinded me, but I didn't stop. I ran to my truck, fumbling with the keys, my hands shaking so badly I could barely get the door open. As I started the engine and sped away, I caught a glimpse in my rearview mirror. The creature stood at the mine entrance, its form silhouetted against the darkness behind it. Even from a distance, I could feel the weight of its gaze. I drove back to Goldfield in a daze, my mind reeling from what had just transpired. The adrenaline was wearing off, leaving me shaky and nauseous. As I neared the town, I saw flashing lights ahead. A group of vehicles was gathered at the edge of town, sheriff's cars, an ambulance, and a crowd of onlookers. I pulled over, my heart sinking. Something had happened while I was at the mines. As I approached the crowd, I heard whispers and saw people pointing at me. Sheriff Marta broke away from the group and walked towards me, her face grim. "Quinn," she said, her voice tight with suppressed emotion. "Where have you been?" I opened my mouth to explain, but she cut me off. "Never mind, we've got bigger problems. Wallace is dead." The words hit me like a physical blow. "What? How?" Marta's eyes were hard as she replied. "Something attacked him in his home, tore him apart. We've never seen anything like it." The implication was clear in her voice. She suspected that whatever had killed Wallace was the same thing I had been ranting about days earlier. The same creature I had just encountered in the mines. Over the next few days, the town was in a state of panic. More attacks followed. Livestock at first, then people. The local paper dubbed it the Beast of Goldfield, and the name stuck. People were afraid to go out at night, and many families left town altogether. Marta organized patrols and brought in help from neighboring counties, but it seemed futile. The creature was always one step ahead, striking and disappearing without a trace. I threw myself into research, digging through old newspaper archives and local legends. I found whispers of similar incidents stretching back decades, even centuries. Stories of a creature that haunted the desert, preying on the unwary. The Native American tribes of the area had their own legends of a malevolent spirit that walked between worlds. The more I learned, the more I became convinced that what we were dealing with was something ancient, something that had been a part of these lands long before humans arrived. But knowledge didn't make me feel any safer. If anything, it only heightened my sense of dread. As the attacks continued, the atmosphere in Goldfield grew increasingly tense. The once friendly faces of my neighbors now looked at me with suspicion and fear. Many blamed me for bringing this terror upon the town, believing that my initial trip to the mines had somehow awakened the creature. One evening, as I was closing up the shop, I heard a commotion outside. A group of townspeople had gathered, led by Brad Thompson, the local hardware store owner. Their faces were grim, their eyes hard. "Quinn," Brad called out, his voice carrying a note of barely suppressed anger. "We need to talk." I stepped outside, acutely aware of the hostile atmosphere. "What's this about, Brad?" "You know damn well what it's about," he spat. "This thing, this monster. It all started when you went poking around those mines. Now look at us. People are dying, Quinn." Murmurs of agreement rippled through the crowd. I felt a cold knot of fear in my stomach, realizing how quickly the situation could turn ugly. Before I could respond, Sheriff Marta's voice cut through the tension. "That's enough," she called out, pushing her way through the crowd. "This isn't helping anyone. We need to work together if we're going to stop this thing." The crowd dispersed reluctantly, but the incident left me shaken. I knew that if we didn't find a way to end this soon, the town might tear itself apart. That night, I couldn't sleep. The weight of responsibility pressed down on me, along with the fear of what might happen if we failed. As I tossed and turned, I came to a decision. I had to end this, one way or another. The next morning, I went to see Marta. "I'm going back to the mines," I told her, alone. She looked at me for a long moment, then nodded. "I can't officially sanction this, Quinn, but be careful. And take this." She handed me a police radio. "If you find anything, call for backup immediately. Don't try to be a hero." I nodded, grateful for her understanding. As I turned to leave, she called out, "Quinn, good luck." The drive to Silver Peak felt different this time. There was a sense of finality to it, as if I knew that one way or another this would be the end. I parked my truck a distance from the mine entrance, not wanting to alert the creature to my presence. As I approached the mine, shotgun in hand, I steeled myself for what was to come. The entrance yawned before me, dark and foreboding. Taking a deep breath, I stepped inside, ready to face whatever awaited me in the depths below. The darkness of the mine enveloped me, broken only by the beam of my flashlight. The air was thick with dust and the lingering scent of decay. Every step echoed ominously, and I found myself straining to hear any sign of the creature's presence. As I ventured deeper into the tunnels, I began to notice strange markings on the walls. They looked ancient, predating the mining operations by centuries. Crude pictographs depicted a beast-like figure, surrounded by what appeared to be cowering humans. A chill ran down my spine as I realized these might be depictions of the very creature I was hunting. How long had it been here, preying on the people of this land? Suddenly, a low growl echoed through the tunnels. I froze, my heart pounding in my chest. The sound came again, closer this time. I raised my shotgun, eyes darting around the darkness. Then I saw it. The creature emerged from a side tunnel, its eyes glowing with an otherworldly light. It was even more terrifying up close, its features a nightmarish blend of human and animal. For a moment we stood facing each other, neither moving. Then, with a roar that shook dust from the ceiling, it charged. I fired, the shotgun's blast deafening in the confined space. The creature stumbled but didn't fall. It kept coming, moving with incredible speed. I fired again and again, each shot finding its mark but seeming to do little more than enrage the beast. As it closed in, I realized with horror that I was out of ammunition. In desperation, I swung the shotgun like a club, catching the creature across its misshapen head. It howled in pain and fury, lashing out with claws that raked across my arm. I stumbled back, pain searing through me. The creature advanced, its eyes burning with inhuman hunger. This was it, I thought. This is how it ends. But as the creature prepared to strike, something unexpected happened. A tremor ran through the mine, small at first but quickly growing in intensity. Rocks began to fall from the ceiling as the entire tunnel shook violently. The creature hesitated, looking around in what seemed like confusion. I seized the opportunity, diving past it towards the exit. Behind me, I heard a deafening crash as part of the tunnel collapsed. I ran, ignoring the pain in my arm, driven by pure survival instinct. I could hear the creature's roars echoing behind me, punctuated by the sound of falling rocks. Finally, I burst out of the mine entrance, gasping for air. The ground was still shaking, and I realized with a jolt that this was no localized cave-in. It was an earthquake. As I watched, the mine entrance collapsed in on itself in a cloud of dust and debris. The roars of the creature were abruptly cut off, replaced by an eerie silence. I stood there, breathing heavily, trying to process what had just happened. Had the creature been buried in the collapse? Was it finally over? As the dust settled and the tremors subsided, I became aware of the sound of sirens in the distance. Help was coming. But as I looked at the now sealed mine entrance, I couldn't shake the feeling that this wasn't truly the end. Somehow, I knew that the creature, or others like it, were still out there, waiting in the dark places of the world. The days following the incident at the mine were a blur of police interviews, medical examinations, and town meetings. The official story, as reported in the local paper, was that a previously unknown fault line had caused a localized earthquake, collapsing part of the old Silver Peak mine. The mysterious attacks that had plagued Goldfield ceased, and slowly, life began to return to normal. People who had fled the town started to come back, and the atmosphere of fear that had gripped the community began to dissipate. But for those of us who knew the truth, things would never be the same. Marta kept the real story under wraps, citing the need to prevent panic and protect the town's reputation. But I could see in her eyes that she believed me now, that she had seen enough to know that what we had faced was beyond ordinary explanation. As for me, I threw myself back into my work at the auto shop, finding solace in the familiar routines. But the memories of what I had seen and experienced haunted me. I found myself jumping at shadows, always half expecting to see those glowing eyes staring back at me from the darkness. Nights were the worst. I would lie awake, replaying the events in my mind, wondering if I could have done something differently. And always, there was the nagging fear that the creature had somehow survived, that it was out there somewhere, waiting. Months passed, and life in Goldfield settled into a new normal. But there were changes. People were more cautious, especially after dark. The old mines, once a source of local pride and occasional teenage dares, were now strictly off-limits, sealed up and patrolled regularly. I found myself becoming something of a local celebrity, though not always in a positive way. Some people looked at me with respect, seeing me as the one who had faced the terror and lived to tell the tale. Others regarded me with suspicion, as if I had brought the horror upon the town. One evening, as I sat on my porch watching the sun set over the desert, Marta came by. She sat down next to me, and for a while, we just sat in companionable silence. Finally, she spoke. "You know, Quinn, I've been thinking about what happened, about what you saw in those mines." I turned to look at her, waiting. She continued, "I've been doing some digging. Turns out there have been stories like this all over the country. Strange creatures, unexplained attacks. Most get brushed off as animal encounters or hoaxes. But now, I'm not so sure." I nodded slowly. "So what does that mean?" Marta sighed. "I don't know, but I think it means we need to be more aware, more prepared. Whatever that thing was, I don't think it was alone, and I don't think we've seen the last of them." As she left, her words echoed in my mind. I looked out at the darkening desert, feeling a mix of dread and determination. If Marta was right, if there were more creatures out there, then someone needed to be ready to face them. Maybe that someone was me. I had seen the beast, faced it, and survived. I had knowledge that others didn't. Perhaps that gave me a responsibility. As night fell over Goldfield, I made a decision. I would be vigilant. I would watch and listen and be ready. Because in the vast empty spaces of the desert, in the abandoned mines and forgotten places, Who knew what other horrors might be lurking, waiting for their chance to emerge into our world? The beast of Goldfield might be gone, but I knew now that there were things in this world beyond ordinary understanding, and as long as I lived, I would do whatever it took to protect my town, my home, from the terrors that lurked in the shadows. The summer of 2011 found me desperate for escape. My job at the accounting firm had been grinding me down, 60-hour weeks staring at spreadsheets until the numbers blurred together. When Sean called suggesting another camping trip, I jumped at the chance. We'd been exploring the Sierra Nevada together since college, but this time he'd found something special on an obscure hiking forum, coordinates to an untouched area that supposedly hadn't seen human visitors in decades. Sean picked me up in his battered Ford pickup on a Friday afternoon. The bed was loaded with our usual gear: tent, sleeping bags, cooking equipment, and enough food for 3 days. Sean also had his photography equipment, 2 camera bodies, multiple lenses, and a tripod that cost more than my rent. He'd been trying to break into nature photography professionally, entering competitions and building a portfolio. This virgin territory could give him the edge he needed. The drive took us 5 hours from Sacramento, winding through increasingly narrow mountain roads. We passed through small towns that seemed frozen in time. Gas stations with analog pumps, diners with faded signs, general stores with wooden porches where old men sat watching traffic. As we climbed higher, civilization fell away. The last town before our destination was barely a crossroads, just a gas station and a boarded-up motel. "You sure about these coordinates?" I asked as Sean turned onto a dirt road that wasn't on any of our maps. "Trust me," he said, gripping the wheel as the truck bounced over ruts. "The guy who posted them said his grandfather used to hunt in this area back in the 50s, family secret spot." The road deteriorated until it was barely more than a deer trail. Finally, Sean pulled into a small clearing. We were completely alone, surrounded by towering pines and granite peaks. The silence was absolute. No traffic, no planes overhead, not even birdsong. Just the whisper of wind through needles. Setting up camp took longer than usual. The ground was uneven, littered with sharp rocks we had to clear. As we worked, I noticed odd details. Despite the area's supposed isolation, we found old beer cans rusted beyond recognition, their labels long gone. There were also strange markings on some trees, not the usual trailblazes, but crude symbols carved deep into the bark. "Probably old hunting marks," Sean said when I pointed them out, but he photographed them anyway. By the time we had the tent up and a fire started, darkness was falling. In the mountains, night doesn't creep in gradually, it drops like a curtain. One moment you can see the surrounding peaks, the next you're trapped in a bubble of firelight. We cooked burgers on our camp stove, the smell of meat mixing with pine smoke. Sean was excited, already planning tomorrow's photo shoot. He'd spotted interesting rock formations and what might be eagle nests high in the cliffs. I tried to match his enthusiasm, but something felt off. Maybe it was the complete absence of wildlife sounds. Usually we'd hear owls by now or coyotes in the distance. "Notice how quiet it is?" I finally said. Sean paused mid-bite. "Yeah, actually. Weird." We sat in silence after that, the fire crackling between us. Every snap of burning wood made me tense. When something rustled in the bushes beyond our camp, we both froze. Sean slowly reached for his flashlight, but whatever it was moved away. Probably just a deer, we told ourselves. Sleep came fitfully. I kept waking to strange sounds. Footsteps that might have been hoofbeats, a distant cough that could have been an animal. Once I was sure I heard voices, but when I held my breath to listen, there was only the wind. Morning brought relief. Sunlight transformed our sinister campsite back into a peaceful wilderness scene. Over instant coffee and oatmeal, we laughed about our jumpiness the night before. City nerves, we decided. We weren't used to such complete isolation. We set out early, following a small river upstream. The water was crystal clear, so cold it numbed our hands when we refilled our bottles. Sean was in his element, constantly stopping to photograph. The way sunlight filtered through the canopy, patterns in the bark, tiny wildflowers growing from cracks in granite. The river led us through a narrow canyon. The walls rose higher as we progressed until we were hiking in perpetual shadow. It was at least 20 degrees cooler here, and our breath came out in small puffs. The river's gentle babble echoed off the stone, creating an eerie chorus of water sounds. "Look at this," Sean called from ahead. He was crouched beside the water, pointing at the sandy bank. Footprints, human footprints, barefoot, leading upstream. They looked fresh, maybe a day old. Who hikes barefoot? I wondered aloud. Sean was already photographing them, using a quarter for scale. The prints were large, with splayed toes suggesting someone used to going without shoes. We found more as we continued, sometimes clear impressions, sometimes just disturbed sand. Whoever it was had been moving fast, almost running. The canyon opened into a small valley dominated by a cliff face. This was where the footprints ended, disappearing at a jumble of rocks at the cliff's base. We searched for continuation but found nothing. It was as if the person had simply vanished. We ate lunch in the cliff's shadow, trail mix, jerky, and energy bars. Sean wandered off to photograph the rock face while I updated my journal. I was describing the footprints when I heard him shout, "You need to see this." He'd found it behind a natural rock screen, a cave entrance, roughly circular, about 8 feet high. The opening was partially concealed by bushes that looked deliberately placed. As we approached, a smell hit us, something organic and unpleasant, like spoiled meat mixed with chemicals. The temperature dropped noticeably near the entrance. Our flashlights revealed the cave extended deep into the mountain, the back wall invisible in darkness. The floor was sandy near the entrance, but quickly transitioned to bare rock. And there were bones. Lots of bones. Some were clearly from animals, deer, rabbits, maybe dogs. But others were harder to identify. "We should go," I said, but Sean was already stepping inside, camera ready. I followed reluctantly. Our footsteps echoed strangely, suggesting vast spaces beyond our light's reach. The smell grew stronger, definitely chemicals now, like a mixture of ammonia and something sweet. About 20 feet in, Sean grabbed my arm. "There," he whispered, pointing his light at the far wall. Movement, a flash of pale skin, the suggestion of a human form retreating deeper into the cave. My heart hammered as I called out a greeting. The echo came back distorted, followed by shuffling sounds. Then a voice, cracked and hostile. "Get out! Get gone! This ain't your place!" More shuffling, and suddenly there were multiple forms moving in the darkness. "How many people were in here?" The voice came again, closer now. "I said get!" We didn't need more encouragement. We backed out quickly, Sean snapping photos even as we retreated. Once outside, we ran. We didn't stop until we were well away from the cliff. The hike back took longer. We were on edge, constantly checking behind us, starting at every sound. The forest felt different now, watchful, hostile. Those carved symbols on the trees looked less like hunting marks and more like warnings. Sean tried to lighten the mood, joking about our caveman encounter, but his laugh was forced. We'd both felt it in that cave. Something deeply wrong, a sense of danger that went beyond a simple homeless camp. The sun was low when we finally saw our tent through the trees. Relief turned to shock. The tent was destroyed. At first glance, it looked like blood, dark red splattered across the blue fabric, pooling on the ground. The smell hit us. Paint, not blood, but the effect was the same. Someone had thrown gallons of red paint over everything. Our sleeping bags were ruined, soaked through the tent's slashed walls. Food scattered, containers opened and emptied. And on the tent's remains, a message in dripping red letters, "Leave now." "Our car keys?" Sean asked, panic creeping into his voice. I checked my pocket, still there. We'd been lucky to take them. But everything else was destroyed. No shelter, no food, no sleeping bags, and night was coming. We grabbed what we could salvage, water bottles, flashlights, Sean's camera gear, which he'd thankfully carried with us. The paint was still wet in places. Whoever did this had been here recently, maybe while we were at the cave. The trail back to the truck became a nightmare. Darkness fell while we were still deep in the forest. Our flashlights created jumping shadows that looked like pursuing figures. Every few minutes we'd stop, listening, sure we heard footsteps matching ours. They were following us. I was certain of it. Not close enough to see, but there, parallel to the trail, moving when we moved, stopping when we stopped. Once, Sean swung his light toward a suspicious sound and caught eyes reflecting back, human height, watching us. "Run," he said quietly, and we did. Branches tore at our clothes. I stumbled over roots, caught myself, kept going. Behind us, no longer trying for stealth, came crashing sounds, multiple pursuers. They knew these woods better than us, knew shortcuts we didn't. At one point, we lost the trail completely. Sean used his phone's GPS to orient us, the screen's glow seeming terribly bright. That's when we heard the laughter, high, manic giggling from multiple directions. They were surrounding us. A rock sailed past my head, another hit Sean's backpack. More laughter. They were playing with us, driving us like deer. We stumbled down a steep slope, half falling, using trees to break our descent. At the bottom, miracle of miracles, we found the dirt road. The truck was untouched. We threw ourselves inside, Sean fumbling with the keys. As the engine roared to life, figures emerged from the forest, pale, emaciated people in filthy clothes, some barely dressed despite the cold. Their eyes were wild, pupils dilated, movements jerky and aggressive. One threw himself at the truck, hand slapping against my window, leaving grimy prints. Others picked up rocks. Sean floored it. Rocks cracked against the tailgate as we fled. In the mirrors, I saw them standing in the road watching us go. Some were still laughing. The drive down the mountain was terrifying. Sean took curves too fast, tires squealing. Neither of us spoke until we reached the paved road. Even then, we didn't feel safe until the lights of town appeared. The motel was a blessed sight, normal, mundane, safe. We checked in with shaking hands, probably looking like we'd escaped from somewhere ourselves. After showers and clean clothes, we found ourselves in the attached bar, nursing beers with hands that still trembled. The bartender was a local, maybe 60, with the weathered look of someone who'd lived in the mountains all his life. When we told him where we'd been camping, his expression darkened. "You're lucky," he said quietly, glancing around as if worried about eavesdroppers. "That area's been taken over. Meth labs hidden all through those caves. The cooks are bad enough, but it's the users who are really dangerous. They live up there like animals, completely gone. Sheriff won't even send deputies that far anymore." He told us stories, hikers who'd disappeared, bodies found months later. The state police had tried raids, but the terrain was too difficult, too many hiding spots. The labs would just relocate deeper into the mountains. "They marked their territory," he said. "Symbols on trees, paint on rocks. You see those? You turn around." We'd camped right in the middle of their domain. We left at first light, driving straight through to Sacramento. Sean was quiet most of the way. When we finally talked, we agreed. No more off-trail camping. The wilderness we'd loved had been poisoned, taken over by something far more dangerous than any wildlife. Sean developed his photos a week later. Most were typical nature shots, but the ones from the cave made us both uncomfortable. In one, barely visible in the background, was a figure, skeletal thin, crouched against the cave wall, watching us. We hadn't seen him at the time. How close had he been? Other photos showed things we'd missed. Makeshift shelters deeper in the cave, chemical equipment, chains bolted to the rock. One image, taken as we fled, showed at least a dozen people emerging from the forest behind us. We never reported it officially. What was the point? The bartender had made it clear the authorities already knew. Those people owned that part of the mountain now, had turned pristine wilderness into their private hell. I still have nightmares sometimes. Not about monsters or supernatural horrors, but about very real humans who've descended so far into addiction and madness that they've become something else. In my dreams, I'm back in that cave, surrounded by shuffling forms and that chemical stench, and this time, we don't get out. Sean still does nature photography, but only in popular, well-traveled parks now. We both lost something that summer, not just our innocence about the wilderness, but our faith that there were still untouched places left to explore. Every remote spot, every hidden valley could harbor the same darkness we'd found. Sometimes I wonder if they're still there, in their caves and hidden camps, watching for intruders. I think about other hikers stumbling into that valley, seeing our ruined tent, wondering what happened. I hope they're smarter than we were. I hope they run. The Sierra Nevada is still beautiful, still majestic. But now I know that beauty can hide real horror, and some places are empty on the map for good reason. Some territories are better left unexplored, some caves better left dark. Because the real monsters aren't mythical creatures or folklore. They're broken humans in broken places, and they're waiting in the shadows of the mountains we once loved. The fever had gripped Emma for 5 days straight, turning my 6-year-old daughter into a furnace that burned through blankets and my nerves alike. I pressed my palm against her forehead again, feeling the unnatural heat radiating from her small body. Her breathing came in short, wheezing gasps that made my chest tighten with each exhale. The pediatrician had assured me it was just a particularly nasty strain of flu, but sitting here at 2:47 a.m., watching her tiny chest rise and fall with difficulty, I wondered if we should have gone to the emergency room instead. The apartment felt smaller at night, the walls pressing in with each tick of the kitchen clock. I'd moved to this complex 3 months ago after the divorce, telling myself it was temporary, just until I could get back on my feet. The building sat at the edge of town, backed by dense woods that seemed to swallow sound and light alike. During the day, it felt peaceful. At night, it felt like being trapped in a box surrounded by darkness. My phone vibrated softly on the nightstand, the 3 a.m. medication alarm. I'd been setting it every 4 hours, religiously administering the fever reducer that barely seemed to make a dent. I eased myself off the edge of Emma's bed, my joints protesting after sitting in the same position for too long. She stirred slightly, mumbling something incomprehensible before settling back into her fitful sleep. The kitchen light felt harsh after the darkness of the bedroom. I squinted, fumbling through the cabinet for the sticky bottle of children's acetaminophen. That's when I noticed it. A bright white light cutting through the thin curtains of the sliding glass door that led to our small deck. It wasn't the amber glow of the parking lot lights or the occasional sweep of headlights from late-night traffic. This was different, stark, unforgiving, aimed directly into the woods behind our building. I approached the sliding door slowly, medicine bottle forgotten on the counter. Through the gap in the curtains I could see a sedan parked at the far edge of the lot, its high beams creating a tunnel of light that penetrated deep into the tree line. The car wasn't running. No exhaust, no rumble of an engine. Just those lights, burning bright and steady, illuminating things that should have remained hidden in darkness. At first I thought someone might be looking for a lost pet. It wouldn't be the first time. The woods were thick here, easy for a dog or cat to get turned around. But something about the stillness of the scene made my skin prickle. The car had been there for at least 10 minutes now, unmoving, its occupant invisible behind the glare. Then I saw movement at the edge of the light's reach. My first thought was deer. We had plenty of them around here, bold enough to wander into the parking lot looking for food. But the shape was wrong. Too low to the ground, moving with an odd, lurching gait that made my stomach turn. As it crept closer to the light, I pressed my face against the glass, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. The creature, because that's what it was, not an animal I could name, moved like liquid given form. Its body seemed to ripple and flow, never quite settling into a fixed shape. One moment it appeared canine, with 4 legs and a tail. The next it stretched and contracted like putty being worked by invisible hands. I watched, transfixed and horrified, as it shifted from what might have been a coyote into something resembling a large cat, then collapsed in on itself before expanding into a bulk that suggested a bear. My hands shook as I backed away from the door. This couldn't be real. Stress, lack of sleep, worry over Emma. My mind was playing tricks on me, but even as I tried to rationalize what I'd seen, I knew I needed someone else to witness this. Michael had always been the practical one in our marriage, the one who could explain away my anxieties with logic and reason. Even now, 3 months after our separation, I found myself needing his steady presence. I practically ran down the hallway to the spare room where he'd been sleeping during his weekend visits with Emma. We'd maintained this arrangement for her sake. When she was sick, we both stayed. I shook his shoulder roughly, whispering urgently for him to wake up. He groaned, mumbling about the time, but I didn't let up. I grabbed his arm and pulled, forcing him to his feet. "There's something outside," I hissed, dragging him toward the living room. "Something wrong. You need to see this." By the time we reached the sliding door, my heart was hammering so hard I could feel it in my throat. Together we peered through the curtains. The creature was still there, but it had moved closer, emerging from the woods into the full glare of the headlights. Under the harsh illumination, its wrongness was even more apparent. The way its form refused to hold, constantly shifting like smoke trying to become solid. Michael's sharp intake of breath told me he saw it too. We watched in horrified silence as the thing continued its approach, its body morphing through shapes that defied natural law. At one point, it appeared to have too many limbs, then not enough, then limbs in places where limbs shouldn't be. "What is that?" Michael's voice was barely a whisper, all his usual confidence stripped away. I couldn't answer. My throat had closed up, every instinct screaming at me to run, to grab Emma and get as far from this place as possible. But I remained frozen, watching as the creature paused in the middle of the parking lot. It had no discernible head, no eyes that I could see. But I felt its attention like a physical weight. It knew we were watching. Worse, it wanted us to watch. The thing began to move again, but now its transformation seemed more deliberate, almost like it was putting on a show. It would hold a form just long enough for us to recognize it. A dog, a raccoon, something that almost looked human crawling on all fours, before dissolving into that horrific state of flux. Each shape was wrong somehow, like a child's drawing come to life. All the parts present, but assembled by something that didn't quite understand how they fit together. "We should call someone," Michael said, reaching for his phone. But his hand stopped halfway, and I knew why. Who would we call? The police? Animal control? What would we even say? The headlights flickered then, dimming momentarily before blazing back even brighter. In that brief darkness, the creature vanished. When the lights returned, it was gone, as if it had never existed at all. But the memory of it remained, burned into my retinas like the afterimage of staring at the sun. Michael left at dawn, making excuses about work, but I saw the fear in his eyes. He didn't want to stay another night, and I couldn't blame him. I spent the day in a haze, going through the motions of caring for Emma, while my mind replayed what we'd seen. By evening, I'd almost convinced myself it had been some kind of shared hallucination. Stress could do that, right? Make two people see the same impossible thing. But as darkness fell, the dread returned. I found myself checking the locks obsessively, pulling the curtains tight, turning on every light in the apartment. Emma's fever had finally broken, and she slept peacefully for the first time in days. I envied her ignorance of what lurked outside our walls. At 2:45 a.m., I was on the couch, wrapped in a blanket, clutching a baseball bat I'd found in the closet. I told myself I was being ridiculous, but I couldn't shake the feeling that it would come back, that it had unfinished business with us. The first sign was a faint glow through the curtains, not the harsh white of headlights, but something softer, more organic. It pulsed like a heartbeat, growing stronger, then fading, then returning. My grip tightened on the bat as I forced myself to approach the sliding door. This time, there was no car. The light came from the creature itself, a sickly luminescence that emanated from within its ever-shifting form. It sat at the edge of our deck, patient as a house cat, its body cycling through transformations with increasing speed. Dog, cat, bird, something insectoid with too many legs, human, not human, things that had no name. I watched, paralyzed, as it rose up on what might have been hind legs. In the pale light it generated, I could see details I'd missed before. Its surface wasn't fur or skin, but something in between, constantly moving like millions of tiny organisms swarming over a framework that couldn't decide what it wanted to be. Where its face should have been was a smooth expanse that nevertheless gave the impression of watching, of waiting. It pressed against the sliding door, and I heard the glass creak under pressure that should have been impossible for something that seemed barely solid. A hand, or something hand-shaped, splayed against the glass, leaving behind a viscous residue that glowed faintly in the darkness. The fingers were too long, too many, bending in ways that made my eyes water trying to follow their movement. From behind me, a small voice. "Mommy?" I spun around to find Emma standing in the hallway, her favorite stuffed elephant clutched to her chest. Her eyes were wide but strangely calm, fever-bright but focused. "It's been here before," she said quietly. "When you were sleeping. It watches through my window sometimes." The words hit me like ice water. I scooped her up, holding her tight as I backed away from the door. The thing outside pressed harder against the glass, and I heard a sound like grinding teeth or breaking bones. The frame groaned, and hairline cracks appeared in the glass. I barricaded us in Emma's room, pushing her dresser against the door, knowing it was a futile gesture but needing to do something. Emma sat on her bed, unnaturally calm, while I paced the small space like a caged animal. Outside I could hear movement. Not footsteps exactly, but a wet, sliding sound that circled the apartment. "What does it want?" I asked Emma, desperate for any information that might help us survive until dawn. She shrugged, a gesture too casual for the circumstances. "To come inside, I think. It's lonely out there." The words should have been innocent, childlike, but something in her tone made my skin crawl. How long had this thing been visiting her? What had it done to make her so accepting of its presence? A scratching sound came from the window, long, deliberate strokes like fingernails on a chalkboard. The blinds were closed, but I could see the glow seeping around the edges, pulsing in a rhythm that seemed almost like communication. Emma tilted her head, as if listening to something I couldn't hear. "It says you're being rude," she whispered. "It just wants to meet you properly." The scratching intensified, and I heard the window frame creaking. How strong was this thing? How solid could it become when it wanted to be? I grabbed Emma, ready to run, but where could we go? It was outside, surrounding us, patient and persistent. The night stretched on endlessly, marked by the sounds of the creature testing every possible entry point. The scratching, the pressing, the wet sliding sounds as it circled and circled. Emma had fallen asleep in my arms, apparently unbothered by the horror trying to get inside. I envied her peace even as I questioned what had been done to her to achieve it. As the first pale light of dawn crept through the blinds, the sound stopped. The glow faded. For a moment I dared to hope it was over, that daylight had driven the thing away. I waited another hour before carefully moving the dresser and peering out into the hallway. The apartment was quiet, undisturbed. Slowly I made my way to the living room. The sliding door was intact, though the residue remained, now dried to a crystalline crust that caught the morning light. Outside, the parking lot was empty, normal, as if nothing had happened. But I knew better. On Emma's window, etched in the condensation, were words that made my blood freeze. "See you tonight." I packed our things within the hour, Emma chattering happily about visiting Grandma as if this was a planned vacation. As we loaded the car, I caught movement in my peripheral vision. At the edge of the woods, barely visible in the morning shadows, something watched. It didn't move, didn't shift, just waited. We drove away, but I knew with horrible certainty that distance wouldn't matter. It had found us once, it would find us again. And Emma, sweet Emma, would welcome it like an old friend when it did. The road stretched ahead, but all I could think about was nightfall and what would come crawling out of whatever darkness we found ourselves in. Because now I understood, it wasn't tied to the apartment or the woods, it was tied to us, to her, and it was very, very patient. It was the crisp autumn of 2015 when I first set foot in Evergreen Hollow National Forest, a vast expanse of wilderness nestled in the heart of Oregon's Cascade Range. As I drove my weathered Jeep along the winding road leading to the ranger station, the towering Douglas firs and western red cedars loomed over me, their branches swaying gently in the cool September breeze. The forest was awash in a sea of gold and crimson, the fall colors painting a breathtaking backdrop against the misty mountains in the distance. My name is Sarah Mitchell, and I had just been assigned as the new senior ranger for the northeastern sector of Evergreen Hollow. With nearly a decade of experience under my belt, I thought I'd seen it all, from lost hikers and stubborn poachers to the occasional run-in with a disgruntled bear. But nothing could have prepared me for the events that were about to unfold in this remote corner of the Pacific Northwest. As I pulled up to the ranger station, a small log cabin that had seen better days, I was greeted by the sight of my new colleague, Mark Thompson. He was a burly man in his 50s with a salt and pepper beard and eyes that spoke of years spent in the wilderness. Mark had been manning this station for the better part of 2 decades, and I knew his experience would be invaluable in the coming months. "Welcome to Evergreen Hollow, Sarah," Mark called out as I stepped from my vehicle. "Hope you're ready for some peace and quiet, because that's about all we get out here." I chuckled, shouldering my backpack. "That's exactly what I'm looking for, Mark. After 5 years in Yellowstone, I could use a change of pace." As we entered the cabin, the scent of pine and old wood enveloped me. The interior was sparse but functional. A few desks, a wall of topographical maps, and a crackling fireplace that fought off the autumn chill. Mark gave me a quick tour, pointing out the essentials: the radio system, the first aid supplies, and the small kitchenette where we'd be spending most of our downtime. "So, what's our usual routine around here?" I asked, settling into a worn leather chair by the fire. Mark leaned against the desk, crossing his arms. "Well, it's pretty straightforward most days. We patrol the trails, check on the campsites, and make sure the few visitors we get aren't getting themselves into trouble. This time of year, we might see a handful of hikers and the occasional hunter, but that's about it." I nodded, taking in the information. It sounded like a far cry from the bustling crowds of Yellowstone, but I was looking forward to the change. Little did I know that the peace and quiet Mark promised would soon be shattered in ways I couldn't have imagined. As the sun began to set, casting long shadows through the windows of the cabin, Mark's radio crackled to life. The voice on the other end was distorted by static, but the urgency in the tone was unmistakable. "Mark, Sarah, you there? We've got a situation." Mark snatched up the radio, his brow furrowing. "This is Mark. Go ahead, dispatch." "We've got a report of a missing hiker. Name's Emily Carson, 28 years old. She was supposed to meet her boyfriend at Whispering Pines campground yesterday, but never showed. He hiked out this morning to report it." I felt a knot form in my stomach. A missing hiker wasn't uncommon, but something about the dispatcher's voice set me on edge. Mark's eyes met mine as he responded. "Copy that. Any last known location?" There was a pause before the radio crackled again. "She was planning to take the old miners' trail up to Evergreen Ridge. Boyfriend says she's an experienced hiker, but, well, you know how that trail can be." I saw Mark's face pale slightly at the mention of the old miners' trail. It was a name I'd come across in my briefing materials, but the details were fuzzy. "All right," Mark replied, his voice tight. "We'll head out first thing in the morning. Tell the boyfriend we'll do everything we can." As he set the radio down, I leaned forward. "What's the deal with the old miners' trail? Sounds like it spooked you a bit." Mark sank into the chair across from me, running a hand through his graying hair. It's got a bit of a reputation around here. Used to be a main route for the silver miners back in the late 1800s, but it fell into disuse after the mines dried up. These days, it's overgrown, hard to follow. We don't recommend it to hikers, but some of the more adventurous types still try to tackle it." I nodded, understanding the concern. Overgrown trails could be treacherous, especially for solo hikers. But there's more to it than that, isn't there? The way you reacted. Mark's eyes darted to the window where the forest had faded into darkness. "There are stories, Sarah. Old legends passed down by the local tribes, whispered around campfires. They say the forest up there, it's different. People go in, and they don't always come out the same, if they come out at all." I raised an eyebrow, skeptical. "Ghost stories? Come on, Mark. We're rangers, not superstitious campers." He shook his head, his expression grave. "I know how it sounds, but I've been here a long time, seen things I can't explain. That trail, it's bad news. And now we've got a missing hiker up there." As much as I wanted to dismiss Mark's warnings as local folklore, something in his tone gave me pause. I'd learned over the years that sometimes the old-timers knew more than they let on. "All right," I said, standing up and stretching. "We'll head out at first light. Whatever's up there, natural or otherwise, we've got a missing hiker to find." That night, as I lay in my small bunk at the back of the cabin, I couldn't shake the feeling of unease that had settled over me. The wind had picked up, whistling through the trees outside, and in its song I could almost hear whispers, faint, indecipherable, but undeniably there. I told myself it was just the wind, just my imagination running wild after Mark's stories. But as I drifted off into an uneasy sleep, I couldn't help but wonder what secrets the old miner's trail held, and what fate had befallen Emily Carson in the depths of Evergreen Hollow. The next morning dawned gray and misty, the kind of day where the boundary between earth and sky seemed to blur. As Mark and I geared up for our search, I could feel the weight of anticipation settling over us. We packed our bags with essentials: first aid kits, extra water, high-energy snacks, and emergency blankets. Mark insisted we each take a flare gun as well, just in case. "The old miner's trail starts about 5 miles north of here," Mark explained as we climbed into his rugged Forest Service truck. "We'll drive as far as we can, but the last mile or so we'll have to hike." As we bumped along the narrow forest road, the trees pressed in close on either side, their branches scraping against the sides of the vehicle. The further we went, the more oppressive the forest seemed to become. The mist clung to everything, turning the world into a hazy, dreamlike landscape. We reached the end of the road, quite literally. The path ahead was overgrown, barely visible through the undergrowth. Mark killed the engine, and for a moment we sat in silence, listening to the ping of the cooling motor and the soft patter of drizzle on the roof. "Well," I said, trying to inject some optimism into my voice, "shall we?" Mark nodded grimly, and we stepped out into the damp forest air. The moment my boots hit the ground, I felt a shiver run through me that had nothing to do with the cold. There was something about this place, a heaviness in the air, a stillness that felt unnatural. We shouldered our packs and set off down what remained of the trail. The going was tough from the start. Fallen trees blocked our path at regular intervals, and the ground was treacherous, slick with mud and hidden roots. All around us, the forest pressed in, the trees seeming to lean inward, their branches reaching out like gnarled fingers. As we hiked, Mark filled me in on more details about Emily Carson. She's a grad student from Seattle, studying ecology. Boyfriend says she came out here to do some field research on old-growth forests. Supposed to be a 3-day solo trip. I nodded, filing away the information. "Any idea why she chose this trail? If it's as dangerous as you say, surely there were better options." Mark's face darkened. "That's the thing. This trail isn't on any official maps anymore. We've tried to keep it quiet, discourage people from coming out here. But there are always rumors, stories online about the hidden wonders of the old miner's trail. Some folks just can't resist the lure of the forbidden." As we pushed deeper into the forest, I began to understand why this trail had such a fearsome reputation. The terrain grew increasingly difficult, with steep inclines and sudden drop-offs. The mist, if anything, grew thicker, reducing visibility to mere yards ahead. And all the while, there was that oppressive silence, broken only by our labored breathing and the occasional snap of a twig underfoot. It was nearing midday when we came across the first sign that we weren't alone in these woods. As we rounded a bend in the trail, I spotted something colorful caught on a bramble. Moving closer, I realized it was a strip of fabric, a piece of a bright blue jacket. "Mark," I called out, carefully extricating the scrap of material. "Take a look at this." He hurried over, his eyes widening as he examined the fabric. "That matches the description of what Emily was wearing. We must be on the right track." But even as a spark of hope flared in my chest, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. The fabric wasn't just torn, it was shredded, as if it had been deliberately ripped apart. And there, on the thorny branches of the bramble, I noticed something that made my blood run cold. Long, deep scratches in the wood. Too uniform to be natural. Too large to be from any animal I knew. Mark saw them too, his face paling. "We need to keep moving," he said, his voice tight. If she's still out here, she's going to need our help. We pressed on, our senses on high alert. Every shadow seemed to hold a threat, every rustle in the underbrush a potential danger. The trail grew steeper, winding its way up the side of a ridge. As we climbed, the trees began to change. The familiar firs and cedars gave way to older, stranger growth, gnarled oaks with twisted branches, ancient pines that seemed to whisper as we passed. It was late afternoon when we reached the crest of the ridge. The mist had thinned somewhat, allowing us a view of the valley below. What I saw took my breath away, and not in a good way. Stretching out before us was a sea of trees, but unlike any forest I'd ever seen. The canopy was a patchwork of sickly colors, pale greens, mottled browns, and an unsettling shade of purple that seemed to pulse in the fading light. And there, in the center of it all, was a perfect circle of darkness, a section of the forest where no light seemed to penetrate. What in the world? I breathed, unable to tear my eyes away from the scene. Mark's hand gripped my shoulder, his fingers digging in almost painfully. We shouldn't be here, he whispered, his voice shaking. This isn't right. None of this is right. I was about to respond when a sound reached my ears, faint at first, but growing stronger. It was a humming, a melodic tone that seemed to resonate from the very air around us. As it grew louder, I felt a strange urge to move towards it, to descend into that impossible forest below. Mark's grip tightened, snapping me out of my trance. Don't listen to it, he hissed. Whatever you do, don't listen. But even as he spoke, I saw his eyes glaze over, his body swaying slightly as if pulled by an invisible force. The humming grew louder, more insistent, and I felt my own will beginning to crumble. With the last of my clarity, I fumbled for the flare gun at my belt. My fingers, clumsy and unresponsive, finally found the trigger. I raised the gun to the sky and fired. The sharp crack of the flare and the sudden burst of red light above us seemed to break whatever spell had fallen over us. Mark stumbled back, blinking rapidly, while I found myself gasping for air, as if I'd been holding my breath without realizing it. We need to go, I panted, already turning back the way we'd come. Right now. Mark nodded, his face ashen. But, Emily. I shook my head, fighting back the guilt that threatened to overwhelm me. We can't help her if we end up lost ourselves. We need backup, equipment. Whatever's going on here, it's way beyond our capabilities. As we stumbled our way back down the ridge, the humming faded, replaced by an eerie silence. The forest around us seemed to press in closer, branches reaching out as if trying to snag our clothing, roots rising up to trip our feet. More than once I could have sworn I saw movement out of the corner of my eye, flitting shadows that vanished when I turned to look. It was well past sunset by the time we made it back to the truck. We practically fell into our seats, exhausted and shaken. As Mark turned the key in the ignition, I found myself holding my breath, half expecting the engine to fail, trapping us here in the gathering darkness. But the truck roared to life, and as we bounced and jolted our way back down the forest road, I felt a wave of relief wash over me. We'd made it out. We were safe. It wasn't until we were halfway back to the ranger station that I realized how wrong I was. As I absently reached up to brush a leaf from my jacket, my fingers touched something sticky and warm. I pulled my hand away and stared in horror at the dark stain on my fingertips. Blood. Fresh blood, and not my own. And there, scratched into the skin of my forearm in thin, precise lines, was a symbol I'd never seen before, a twisted, spiraling shape that seemed to writhe and move in the dim light of the truck's cabin. I opened my mouth to call out to Mark, to show him what I'd found, but no sound came out. Instead, unbidden, a low, melodic hum rose from my throat, the same haunting tune we'd heard on the ridge. As Mark turned to look at me, his eyes widening in shock and fear, I realized with growing horror that our escape from Evergreen Hollow had been an illusion. Whatever dwelled in those twisted woods had latched onto us, followed us out, and now it was coming home. The days following our ill-fated expedition to the Old Miners Trail passed in a blur of debriefings, medical examinations, and sleepless nights. The search for Emily Carson had been officially suspended, Her disappearance added to the disturbingly long list of unsolved cases in Evergreen Hollow's history. I found myself unable to shake the feeling of being watched, even within the supposed safety of the ranger station. The scratches on my arm had faded to thin, white scars, but the memory of that blood, that haunting symbol, remained vivid in my mind. And the humming, that insidious melody, continued to echo in my dreams, calling me back to the dark heart of the forest. Mark had become a shadow of his former self. He moved about the station like a ghost, his eyes constantly darting to the windows, his hands shaking as he pored over old maps and reports. I knew he felt responsible for what had happened, for leading us into that nightmare. But more than that, I sensed he was hiding something, some piece of knowledge that might shed light on the horrors we'd encountered. It was on a particularly gloomy afternoon, about a week after our experience on the trail, that Mark finally broke his silence. I found him sitting at his desk, surrounded by a chaos of old files and faded photographs. "Sarah," he said, his voice hoarse from disuse, "I think it's time I told you the whole story." I pulled up a chair, my heart racing with a mix of anticipation and dread. Mark took a deep breath, his eyes fixed on a point somewhere beyond the cabin walls. "Evergreen Hollow has always been different," he began. "The native tribes that lived here centuries ago called it the Whispering Woods. They believed it was a place where the veil between our world and the spirit world was thin. They had rituals, ceremonies to keep the balance, to appease whatever lived in the heart of the forest." He paused, shuffling through the papers on his desk until he found what he was looking for, an old, sepia-toned photograph. It showed a group of men standing in front of a mine entrance, their faces grim beneath dirt-streaked helmets. When the silver miners came in the 1800s, they didn't care about old legends or sacred spaces. They dug deep into the earth, following veins of ore that seemed too rich to be natural. For a while, the town of Hollow Creek, just north of here, boomed. But then... Mark's voice trailed off, his fingers tracing the edges of the photograph. Things started happening. Miners would go missing, only to reappear days later with no memory of where they'd been. Some came back. Changed. They spoke of voices in the dark, of lights that danced through the tunnels. And always, there was the humming. A chill ran down my spine at the mention of that sound, the melody that still haunted my dreams. The mine closed in 1899 after a cave-in killed a dozen men. Official reports blamed unstable geology, but the survivors, they told a different story. They said the mountain itself had come alive, that the rock had flowed like water, swallowing men whole. I leaned forward, my mind reeling. But what does this have to do with what we saw on the trail? With Emily Carson? Mark's eyes met mine, and I saw a depth of fear there that shook me to my core. Because it never stopped, Sarah. The disappearances, the strange occurrences. They've been happening for over a century. Every few years, someone ventures too deep into the woods, follows the old miners' trail too far, and they're never seen again, at least not as they were. He pulled out another file, this one more recent. 10 years ago, a geology student named Michael Chen came out here to study the old silver mines. He was last seen heading up the old miners' trail. 3 weeks later, a hiker found him wandering along the highway, 50 miles from here. Mark spread out a series of photographs, medical examinations, brain scans, pages of handwritten notes covered in strange, spiraling symbols. Michael was different when they found him. He couldn't speak, couldn't write, at least not in any language we could understand, but he could hum the same melody over and over. He spent 2 years in a psychiatric facility before he disappeared again, this time for good. I felt my breath catch in my throat as I stared at the symbols in Michael's notes. They were eerily similar to the mark that had appeared on my arm after our expedition. "Mark," I said slowly, "what exactly are we dealing with here?" He shook his head, a humorless laugh escaping his lips. "I wish I knew, Sarah. Some kind of entity, maybe, or a doorway to somewhere else. All I know is that it's old, it's powerful, and it's hungry. And I think we may have drawn its attention." As if in response to his words, a gust of wind rattled the cabin windows. In the distance, barely audible over the rustling leaves, I heard it, the faint strains of that familiar, haunting melody. Mark and I locked eyes, a silent understanding passing between us. Whatever dwelled in the heart of Evergreen Hollow, it wasn't content to stay there any longer. It had tasted us, marked us, and now, it wanted more. "We need to warn someone," I said, already reaching for the radio. "Get help, experts, someone who can—" But Mark's hand on my arm stopped me. Who would believe us? A forest that comes alive? A song that steals minds? They'd shut us down, Sarah. Declare us unfit for duty at best, lock us up at worst. I knew he was right, but the thought of facing this alone, with nothing but our wits and Mark's fragmented historical knowledge, seemed impossible. "So what do we do?" I asked, hating how small and scared my voice sounded. Mark's eyes drifted to the window, where the shadows of the forest loomed ever closer. "We prepare, we research. And when the time comes, because it will come, Sarah, we face it. Whatever it is, we face it." As night fell over Evergreen Hollow, Mark and I pored over his collection of files and folklore, piecing together the dark history of our forest home. Outside, the wind continued to whisper through the trees, carrying with it the promise of trials to come. Little did we know that our greatest test was just around the corner, waiting in the depths of the woods we had sworn to protect. Weeks passed, and a tense normalcy settled over Evergreen Hollow. On the surface, life at the ranger station continued as it always had. We patrolled the safe trails, assisted the occasional hiker, and kept an eye on the changing seasons. But beneath this routine, a current of unease ran deep. Mark and I spent our free time diving deeper into the mysteries of the forest. We pored over old maps, cross-referencing them with reports of strange occurrences and disappearances. A pattern began to emerge, a rough circle of incidents centered around the area we had seen from the ridge, the dark heart of Evergreen Hollow. As autumn deepened into winter, the forest seemed to hold its breath. The usual sounds of wildlife grew scarce, and even on clear days a thin mist clung to the ground, twisting between the trees like searching tendrils. It was early December when the first report came in. A pair of hikers, experienced backpackers on a winter camping trip, called in a strange sighting. They described lights dancing between the trees, following a rhythmic pattern that seemed almost musical. When we pressed for details, they became evasive, their words slurring slightly. By the time we reached their campsite, they were gone. 2 more names added to the growing list of the missing. That was only the beginning. Over the next few weeks, reports flooded in from all corners of Evergreen Hollow. Campers spoke of whispering voices carried on the wind. Day hikers returned from short trips with inexplicable gaps in their memories. And always, there were reports of the lights and that haunting melodic humming. Mark and I worked tirelessly, trying to track the incidents, to find some way to protect the people who ventured into our woods. But it felt like trying to hold back a flood with our bare hands. Whatever force dwelled in the heart of Evergreen Hollow, it was growing stronger, more aggressive. It was a week before Christmas when things came to a head. I was on a routine patrol near Whispering Pines campground when my radio crackled to life. Mark's voice came through, tight with barely contained panic. "Sarah, get back to the station now, it's happening. God help us, it's really happening." I raced back, my heart pounding in my chest. As I approached the station, I saw it. A sheet of shimmering light, like the northern lights touched down to earth, dancing between the trees. And beyond it, shadows moved, shapes that seemed to flicker in and out of existence. I burst into the cabin to find Mark gathering supplies, his face pale but determined. "We need to evacuate," he said without preamble. "Everyone, hikers, campers, the whole damn town if we have to. It's spreading, Sarah. Whatever's out there, it's not content to stay hidden anymore." As if to emphasize his point, a low, resonant hum filled the air. I felt it in my bones, in the metal fillings of my teeth, a vibration that seemed to pull at the very fabric of reality. Outside, the light show intensified, colors bleeding and swirling in impossible patterns. We sprang into action, our months of preparation paying off as we coordinated with local authorities, sounding the alarm through every channel available to us. But even as we worked, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were already too late. Reports came in from all over the forest, hikers encountering strange, shimmering barriers that hadn't been there moments before, campers waking to find their sights surrounded by circles of twisted, whispering trees, an entire scout troop gone missing near the old miners' trail. As night fell, Evergreen Hollow came alive with sound and light. The humming grew louder, accompanied now by a deep, rhythmic thrumming that shook the earth. The sky above the forest blazed with auroral lights, and within their glow, vast shapes moved, things that strained the mind to comprehend. Mark and I stood at the edge of the ranger station's clearing, watching in awe and terror as the forest we knew transformed into something alien and beautiful and deadly. "What do we do now?" I whispered, my voice barely audible over the otherworldly symphony around us. Mark's hand found mine, squeezing tightly. "The only thing we can do," he replied. "We go in. We find the source. And we end this, one way or another." As we gathered our gear, flashlights, ropes, the old silver miner's charms Mark had insisted we carry, I felt a strange calm settle over me. Whatever waited for us in the depths of Evergreen Hollow, whatever cosmic horror had chosen our forest as its playground, we would face it together. With one last look at the cabin that had been our home and sanctuary, Mark and I stepped into the transformed forest. The trees seemed to part before us, branches reaching out like welcoming arms. The humming filled our heads, and with each step the world we knew fell away. We were entering a realm beyond our understanding, guided by a melody as old as the earth itself. And somewhere, in the dark heart of Evergreen Hollow, the source of it all waited, patient, ancient, and hungry. Our journey into the unknown had begun, and with it, the final chapter of Evergreen Hollow's long, dark history. Whatever the outcome, I knew that by morning, nothing would ever be the same again. Time lost all meaning as Mark and I ventured deeper into the transformed landscape of Evergreen Hollow. The familiar trails had vanished, replaced by twisting paths that seemed to shift and change with each step. Trees groaned and swayed, their branches intertwining overhead to form cathedral-like arches that pulsed with an inner light. The humming was constant now, a physical presence that pressed against our skin and reverberated in our chests. It was joined by other sounds, whispers in languages too old for human tongues, the skittering of unseen creatures in the underbrush, and occasionally, heart-wrenchingly, the distant cries of those who had been lost to the forest's embrace. We walked for what felt like hours, guided by some instinct we couldn't name. The silver charms Mark had given us grew warm against our skin, vibrating in harmony with the forest's song. Whether they were protecting us or leading us further into danger, I couldn't say. As we pushed on, the forest around us became increasingly surreal. Flowers bloomed and withered in seconds, their petals shimmering with impossible colors. The ground beneath our feet alternated between solid earth and something softer, almost flesh-like in its give. More than once I caught glimpses of movement in the corner of my eye, shapes that defied description, gone the moment I turned to look. It was Mark who spotted it first, a clearing ahead, bathed in a pulsing violet light. As we approached, the humming grew to a fever pitch, and I felt a pressure building behind my eyes, as if my skull couldn't contain the vastness of what we were about to witness. We emerged from the tree line, and for a moment, my mind refused to process what I was seeing. In the center of the clearing stood a structure, if that word could even apply to the writhing, geometric impossibility before us. It was a tower, a tree, a doorway, all at once, and none of these things. Its surface rippled and flowed like liquid metal, reflecting distorted images of the forest around it. And there, at its base, were the missing. Dozens of people, hikers, campers, locals we recognized, all standing in a circle around the structure. Their eyes were wide and vacant, their lips moving in silent harmony with the forest's song. Among them, I spotted a face I recognized from the missing persons reports. Emily Carson, the hiker whose disappearance had started us on this journey. My God, Mark breathed beside me. It's a beacon, a transmitter. I tore my eyes away from the hypnotic structure to look at him. What do you mean? Mark's face was pale, his eyes wide with a mixture of fear and awe. All these years, the disappearances, the strange phenomena. It wasn't just some localized haunting. This thing, whatever it is, it's been calling out, and now something's answered. As if in response to his words, the humming rose to a crescendo. The air itself seemed to split, revealing glimpses of other places, other realities, vistas of impossible geometry, worlds where the laws of physics were mere suggestions. And through these tears in the fabric of our world, things began to emerge, shapes that hurt to look at, beings of light and shadow in dimensions beyond our comprehension. They flowed around the structure, merging with it, feeding it, expanding its influence further into our reality. I felt my sanity beginning to fray at the edges as I watched this cosmic invasion unfold. Beside me, Mark had fallen to his knees, his hands pressed against his ears as if to shut out the maddening symphony around us. In that moment of despair, my hand brushed against the silver charm at my neck. It burned hot against my skin, and with that pain came a moment of clarity. I remembered why we had come here, what we had sworn to protect. "Mark," I shouted over the din, pulling him to his feet. "We have to shut it down. We have to find a way to close the gateway." He looked at me, his eyes slowly focusing. "The charms," he said, realization dawning. "The old stories. Silver was always a ward against the otherworldly. Maybe." We didn't need to finish the thought. Moving as one, we charged towards the structure, pushing past the circle of entranced people. The closer we got, the more reality seemed to warp and bend around us. Each step was a battle against forces that didn't want us there, energies that threatened to unmake us at a molecular level. But we pressed on, our hands clasped tight, the silver charms burning like stars against our skin. As we reached the base of the structure, we felt a resistance, like pushing against an invisible barrier. "Together," I gasped, and Mark nodded. We pressed our charms against the flowing surface of the structure. For a moment, nothing happened. Then, with a sound like reality itself tearing, a crack appeared in the metallic surface. Light poured out, not the sickly violet of before, but a pure, blinding radiance. The humming turned to a scream, a sound of rage and loss that shook the earth and sky. The tears in reality began to close, the otherworldly beings retreating in a frenzy of motion and color. All around us, the enslaved people fell to the ground, strings cut, the spell broken. Mark and I held on, even as the light threatened to overwhelm us, even as we felt our very being starting to unravel under the assault of energies never meant for our world. We poured everything we had, our duty, our love for the forest, our determination to set things right, into the silver charms. And then, with a final earth-shattering boom, it was over. The clearing fell silent. The impossible structure collapsed in on itself, folding away into dimensions we couldn't perceive. The unnatural light faded, leaving only the pale illumination of a winter dawn. Mark and I found ourselves on the ground, our bodies aching, our minds struggling to process what we'd just experienced. All around us, the former captives of the forest were stirring, confused and disoriented, but alive. As we helped each other to our feet, I looked out at the forest beyond the clearing. The trees stood silent and still, no longer swaying to an alien rhythm. The oppressive atmosphere that had hung over Evergreen Hollow for so long had lifted, leaving behind a sense of peace I hadn't felt since I first arrived. "Is it over?" I asked, my voice hoarse. Mark surveyed the clearing, his eyes lingering on the spot where the impossible structure had stood. "I think so," he said slowly. "At least for now." As the sun rose higher, casting long shadows through the trees, we began the monumental task of accounting for everyone who had been caught in the forest's thrall. There were tears, confusion, and no small amount of fear as people tried to reconcile their last clear memories with the reality of where they now found themselves. Emily Carson, the hiker whose disappearance had started us on this journey, was among the survivors. Her eyes were haunted, and she spoke little, but she was alive, a small miracle in the face of what we'd endured. It took days to evacuate everyone from the forest. Search and rescue teams were called in, along with medical personnel and a host of government officials who seemed both skeptical of and disturbed by the stories they were hearing. Mark and I found ourselves in endless debriefings, trying to explain the inexplicable without sounding like we'd lost our minds. In the end, the official report cited a mass hallucination caused by an unidentified environmental toxin. It was easier for them to believe in a scientific, if unlikely, explanation than to face the reality of what had nearly broken through into our world. But for those of us who had been there, who had felt the pull of that otherworldly song and seen the impossible made real, we knew the truth. Evergreen Hollow would never be the same for us. In the months that followed, life in the forest slowly returned to normal, or as normal as it could be. The strange phenomena ceased, the disappearances stopped, and gradually visitors began to return to the park. Mark and I stayed on as rangers, feeling a duty to protect the forest and its secrets. We became the unofficial guardians of Evergreen Hollow, always watchful for any signs that the boundary between worlds might be thinning once again. 1 year to the day, after our confrontation in the clearing, Mark and I hiked out to the site where it had all ended. The forest was peaceful, alive with the sounds of birds and rustling leaves. But as we stood there, watching the sun set through the trees, I felt it, the faintest echo of that haunting melody, like a distant memory. Mark's hand found mine, squeezing gently. "Do you think it'll ever come back?" I asked, voicing the fear that had lingered in both our minds. He was quiet for a long moment before answering. "I don't know, Sarah. But if it does, we'll be ready." As we turned to head back to the ranger station, I caught a glimpse of something out of the corner of my eye. A shimmer in the air, gone so quickly I might have imagined it. But the silver charm around my neck grew warm, just for an instant. Evergreen Hollow had changed us, marked us. We had faced the unknown and emerged, if not unscathed, then at least alive and aware. Whatever might come in the future, whatever cosmic horrors might once again set their sights on our small corner of the world, we would stand as the first line of defense. For now, though, the forest was quiet. The whispers had faded to silence. The impossible geometries had retreated to realms beyond our perception. But in the rustling of leaves, in the shadows cast by the setting sun, the memory of what had been, and what might be again, lingered. As Mark and I walked the familiar trail back to the station, I found myself humming softly, not the alien melody that had nearly unmade our world, but a gentler tune, a counterpoint to the forest's song. It was a reminder and a promise. We were here, we were watchful, and we were ready. The sun dipped below the horizon, and Evergreen Hollow settled into the peace of a normal winter's night. But both Mark and I knew that normalcy was an illusion, as fragile as the veil between worlds. In the heart of the forest, in the depths of the old silver mines, in the very fabric of reality that had been stretched and torn, the echoes of our encounter remained. And somewhere, beyond the boundaries of our understanding, something ancient and vast turned its attention elsewhere, for now. I never thought I'd be the kind of person to tell a horror story. Before that summer at Cedar Creek Camp, my life was almost comically ordinary. My name is Richard Brown, and back in 2015, I was just another 28-year-old freelance graphic designer in New Orleans, spending my days crafting logos and websites for small businesses while dreaming of bigger things. Nature had always been my escape. Growing up in Louisiana, I'd spent countless weekends exploring the bayous with my dad, learning to read the water and weather, understanding the subtle language of the wilderness. As an adult, hiking became my meditation. Whenever a project deadline left me stressed or client revisions piled up, I'd drive out to the state parks, lose myself in the trails, and come back renewed. That's probably why Travis's suggestion about the summer camp caught my attention. Travis Henderson had been my best friend since college, a lanky, perpetually optimistic social worker with a talent for convincing people to step outside their comfort zones. We'd met in a programming class where neither of us belonged, bonding over our mutual confusion and eventually dropping the course together. He had this way of making terrible ideas sound perfectly reasonable, which is exactly what happened when he pitched the idea of volunteering at Cedar Creek. "Come on, Rich," he'd said over beers at our usual spot, the Rusty Nail. "A week in the Ozarks, fresh air, no screens, no clients. Maya's already on board." Maya Chen, his girlfriend of 2 years, was an elementary school teacher with endless patience and a dry sense of humor that balanced Travis's enthusiastic optimism. They were perfect together, and I'd grown to consider her as much a friend as Travis. "I did it last summer," Travis continued, "and it was incredible. The kids are great, the scenery is beautiful, and Mr. Caldwell, the camp director, he's like this wise old mountain man who knows everything about the forest." He took a sip of his beer, grinning. "Plus, you've been talking about wanting to explore Arkansas." He wasn't wrong. I'd never been to Arkansas, and the idea of spending a week in the Ozarks had its appeal. My current project was wrapping up, and the summer heat in New Orleans was becoming unbearable. Maybe a change of scenery was exactly what I needed. "What would we actually be doing?" I asked, already knowing I was going to say yes. "Basic counselor stuff, leading hikes, supervising activities, teaching some outdoor skills. Nothing too crazy." Travis leaned back, victory written all over his face. "Maya's handling the arts and crafts. You could do nature photography with the kids, put those fancy camera skills to use." A week later, we were packed into Travis's ancient Jeep Cherokee, heading north on I-55. The vehicle's air conditioning barely worked, but the windows-down drive through the Mississippi Delta and into the Ozark foothills felt like the beginning of an adventure. Maya had made a playlist of classic road trip songs, and Travis kept us entertained with increasingly implausible stories about his previous summer at the camp. None of us could have known that this would be the last normal moment we'd share. That in just a few days, our simple summer adventure would transform into something dark and terrifying. That we'd find ourselves caught up in a mystery that would haunt us long after we left Cedar Creek behind. Looking back now, I can see the signs we missed. The way Mr. Caldwell's smile never quite reached his eyes when he greeted us. The strange silence that fell over the forest at night. The warnings written in the nervous glances exchanged by the local staff. But hindsight has a way of making everything clearer, doesn't it? In the moment, we were just 3 friends, starting what we thought would be a fun week away from the city. I've told this story a few times since then, usually late at night, usually after a few drinks when someone asks about the worst thing I've ever experienced. Each time I see the same skepticism in their eyes that I would have had before that summer. But I tell it anyway, because people need to know that sometimes the strangest, most terrifying things happen in the most ordinary places. That evil can wear a friendly face, and that the darkness doesn't always hide in the shadows. Sometimes it walks right beside us in broad daylight. This is the story of what happened at Cedar Creek Camp in the summer of 2015. Some of the names have been changed to protect privacy, and there are parts I still struggle to explain. But every word is true. I know because I lived it. And not a day goes by that I don't think about those kids, that cabin, and the horrible secrets we uncovered in the woods. Cedar Creek Camp sat nestled in a valley between 2 ridges of the Ozark Mountains, about 30 miles from the nearest town of any size. From the moment we pulled into the gravel parking lot, I could tell this place was different from the summer camps I'd seen in movies. There were no cheerful welcome banners, no crowds of excited kids running around. Instead, a heavy stillness hung in the air, broken only by the sound of wind in the tall pines and the distant call of birds I couldn't identify. Mr. Caldwell met us at the main lodge, a sprawling log building that looked like it had been standing since the Great Depression. He was tall and lean, with weather-beaten skin and eyes that seemed to catch every detail. The limp in his walk suggested an old injury, but he moved with the deliberate grace of someone who knew every inch of these grounds. "Welcome to Cedar Creek," he said, his handshake firm but quick. Travis, good to have you back. And you must be Richard and Maya. He gestured toward the lodge. Let's get you settled in. Orientation starts in an hour. The inside of the lodge was cool and dim, with mounted deer heads on the walls and a massive stone fireplace dominating one end of the main room. As Mr. Caldwell led us through the building, pointing out the dining hall, infirmary, and staff quarters, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. Maybe it was the way his voice tightened when he mentioned certain areas of the camp, or how he kept glancing out the windows at the surrounding forest. During orientation, we met the other counselors. Sarah, a college student studying biology, Mike and Jenny, a married couple who'd been working at the camp for 3 summers, and David, a quiet guy about my age who taught high school science during the year. They all seemed friendly enough, but I noticed they avoided talking about anything that had happened at the camp before this summer. The next few days were filled with training sessions on everything from first aid to camp protocols. Mr. Caldwell was particularly emphatic about the buddy system. No one, not even staff, was to go anywhere alone. The forest can be disorienting, he explained. People have gotten lost out there. Something in his tone made me wonder if he was talking about more than just temporary disorientation. We learned about the camp's history, or at least the sanitized version Mr. Caldwell shared. Cedar Creek had opened in the 1960s as a traditional summer camp, closed for a few years in the mid-70s for renovations, and reopened under Mr. Caldwell's leadership in the early 1980s. When Travis tried to ask about the closure, Mr. Caldwell smoothly changed the subject. The kids were due to arrive on Sunday, giving us 2 more days to prepare. I spent that time exploring the grounds with Travis and Maya, getting to know the trails we'd be using, and setting up the photography equipment I'd brought for my activities. The camp was beautiful in a wild, untamed way. Ancient oaks and pines towered overhead, their branches creating a canopy that turned the forest floor into a perpetual twilight. A creek, the camp's namesake, wound through the property, its clear water flowing over rocks worn smooth by time. But even then, there were moments that made the hair on the back of my neck stand up. Times when the bird song would suddenly stop, leaving an unnatural silence in its wake. Places where the undergrowth seemed too thick, too dark, hiding whatever lay beyond from view. Once, while checking out the hiking trails, I could have sworn I saw movement in the trees, something large and quick, gone before I could focus on it. "Did you see that?" I asked Travis, but he was busy consulting the trail map. "See what?" I shook my head. "Nothing, just shadows, probably." Maya gave me a strange look. "You know, some of the local kids say these woods are haunted. Old Cherokee burial grounds or something." Travis laughed. "Every forest in America is supposedly built on burial grounds. It's just stories to scare the campers." But I noticed Maya didn't laugh with him. Instead, she wrapped her arms around herself as if suddenly cold, despite the summer heat. The night before the kids arrived, we had a final staff meeting in the lodge. Mr. Caldwell went over the week's schedule one last time, emphasizing safety procedures and emergency protocols. As he spoke, a storm rolled in from the mountains, thunder echoing off the ridges. "One last thing," he said, his voice barely audible over the rain, now hammering the roof. "If any of you notice anything unusual during your time here, anything that doesn't feel right, you come to me immediately. Don't investigate on your own. Don't mention it to the kids. Just come to me." We all nodded, though I saw Travis and Maya exchange a look. Later, as we walked back to our cabins through the rain, Travis pulled me aside. "Look, there's something I should tell you about this place," he started. But before he could continue, a massive thunderclap shook the ground, and all the lights in the camp went out at once. In that moment of total darkness, I heard something moving in the woods beyond the cabins. Something big. And then, just at the edge of hearing, what sounded like children laughing. But that was impossible. The kids weren't arriving until tomorrow. The next morning dawned clear and humid, the storm's only remnants being puddles that dotted the grounds and a lingering heaviness in the air. The kids arrived in waves, yellow buses winding up the gravel road, disgorging excited children into the organized chaos of check-in. Among them was Ethan Walker, a quiet 12-year-old with watchful eyes and a worn paperback tucked into his back pocket. I was assigned to Cabin 7, which included Ethan and 5 other boys around his age. During the first few days, we fell into a rhythm. Mornings were filled with activities, my photography sessions, Maya's crafts, swimming in the lake under Jenny's supervision. The kids seemed to be having fun, though I noticed Ethan often hung back from the group, watching the tree line with an intensity that seemed beyond his years. The 4th day started like any other. After breakfast, Travis and I were scheduled to lead a hike to Cedar Falls, one of the camp's highlights. The trail wound through old-growth forest, following the creek upstream to where it cascaded over a series of rocky shelves. It was supposed to be a simple 4-hour round trip. We gathered our group, 12 kids, including Ethan and a girl named Lily Martinez, who'd become something of a leader among the younger campers. The morning was unusually still, the forest quiet except for the occasional distant woodpecker. As we started up the trail, I noticed Mr. Caldwell watching us from the lodge porch, his face tight with worry. The first mile was easy going. Travis led the way, keeping the kids entertained with jokes and trail facts. I brought up the rear, making sure no one fell behind. The forest around us was beautiful, but oppressive. Ancient trees crowding out the sky, their branches intertwining overhead to create a green twilight even at midday. About halfway to the falls, Ethan dropped back to walk beside me. "Mr. Brown," he said quietly, "did you hear about the missing kids?" "What missing kids?" I asked, though something in his tone made my stomach tighten. "From before, in the 70s. He glanced around before continuing. "My dad was a camper here back then. He said 3 kids disappeared in these woods. They never found them." Before I could respond, Travis called out from ahead, "Keep up, guys. Falls are just around the bend." But when we reached the spot where the falls should have been, Travis stopped short. Instead of following the main trail, he was studying a narrow path that branched off to the right, disappearing into a particularly dense section of forest. "That's weird," he muttered. "This wasn't here last summer." Maybe it was curiosity, or maybe something else was guiding us, but we decided to explore the new trail. It was rougher than the main path, barely more than a game trail winding between the trees. The air grew noticeably colder as we walked, and the forest sound seemed to fade away until all we could hear was our own breathing and footsteps. After about 10 minutes, the trail opened into a small clearing. In the center stood the remains of an old cabin, its roof partially collapsed, windows dark and empty. But it was what lay scattered around the cabin that made my blood run cold. Dozens of small items spread across the ground. A faded baseball cap, a single tennis shoe, a friendship bracelet like the ones Maya had been teaching the kids to make. "Mr. Brown?" Lily's voice was barely a whisper. "These look like—" "Everyone back to the main trail," Travis ordered, his usual cheerfulness gone. "Now." But as we turned to leave, I saw Ethan staring at something near the cabin's foundation. Before I could stop him, he walked over and picked up a small object. It was a book, the same paperback he'd been carrying when he arrived at camp, but this copy was weathered and aged, its pages yellow with time. "That's impossible," Ethan said, his voice shaking. "This is my book, but it looks—" A twig snapped in the forest behind us, and every head turned toward the sound. There, at the edge of the clearing, stood a figure. It was roughly human-shaped, but wrong somehow. Too tall, too thin, its proportions subtly distorted. For a moment, it remained perfectly still, as if studying us. Then it moved. What happened next was chaos. The kids scattered, screaming. Travis shouted for them to stay together, but panic had already taken hold. I grabbed Ethan and Lily, the 2 nearest to me, and pushed them toward what I hoped was the direction of the main trail. We ran blindly through the undergrowth, branches whipping at our faces. Behind us, I could hear something moving through the forest, not crashing or rushing, but moving with a terrible purpose, as if it knew exactly where we were going and was simply waiting for us to tire. "The cabin," Ethan gasped between breaths. "The old cabin by the lake. We can hide there." It was better than running aimlessly. We changed direction, Ethan somehow seeming to know the way despite the confusion. The thing in the forest changed direction with us, matching our new course with eerie precision. When we finally broke through the trees at the lake's edge, I saw the cabin Ethan had mentioned, the same one Travis had talked about earlier.
It looked abandoned, but right then, any shelter seemed better than being in the open. We burst through the door and I slammed it behind us, for all the good that would do. The cabin's interior was a single room, dusty and cold despite the summer heat outside. But what caught my attention was the trapdoor in the floor, partially hidden under an old rug. We had barely caught our breath when we heard it, a soft scratching at the cabin walls, moving slowly around the perimeter. Lily whimpered, and I pulled both kids close, trying to think of a way out of this nightmare. The scratching stopped at the door. For several heartbeats, nothing happened. Then the door began to open, slowly, revealing the thing that had chased us. In the dim light filtering through the cabin's grimy windows, I could finally see it clearly. It wore the shape of a man, but like a costume that didn't quite fit. Its limbs were too long, joints bending in impossible ways. Its face was smooth and featureless, except for eyes that seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it. But what struck me most was its stillness. Even as it stood there, blocking our only exit, it remained unnaturally motionless, as if it were a photograph of movement rather than movement itself. Then Ethan did something I'll never forget. He stepped forward, holding out the weathered copy of his book like a shield. "You took them, didn't you?" His voice was surprisingly steady. "The other kids, the ones like me." The creature's head tilted at an angle that made my stomach turn. When it spoke, its voice was like dry leaves scratching against stone. "They were lonely, like you. I gave them a home." "No," Ethan said. "You took them from their homes, like you were going to take me." The thing moved then, faster than seemed possible, reaching for Ethan with fingers that were too long, too sharp. But before it could touch him, the trapdoor burst open. Mr. Caldwell emerged from below, holding what looked like an ancient rifle. Behind him came Travis and Maya, both looking terrified but determined. The creature whirled toward them with that same impossible speed. "Not this time," Mr. Caldwell said, and fired. The shot seemed to echo forever in the confined space of the cabin. The creature jerked backward, more in surprise than pain, I think. Then it began to change, its form rippling like heat waves over asphalt. The air filled with a high-pitched keening sound that made my teeth ache. "The symbols!" Mr. Caldwell shouted. "Maya now!" Maya began chanting something in a language I didn't recognize, while Travis rushed forward to grab Ethan and Lily. Through the windows, I could see strange lights beginning to dance in the forest, weaving between the trees like fireflies. The creature was becoming less solid now, its edges blurring into the shadows. It reached out one last time, those two long fingers stretching toward Ethan, but Maya's chanting reached a crescendo, and suddenly the cabin was filled with a blinding light. When my vision cleared, the creature was gone. The cabin was silent except for our heavy breathing and the distant sound of sirens. The official story was that a former counselor had been living in the woods, trying to abduct children. The police found evidence in the underground room beneath the cabin: old photographs, personal items taken from previous victims, detailed plans for future abductions. They said we were lucky to have stopped him before he could take any more kids. But we knew the truth. We had seen something that didn't fit into any rational explanation, something that had been haunting Cedar Creek for decades. Mr. Caldwell finally told us the full story, about how he'd lost his own brother to the creature in 1974, how he'd spent years researching the old legends and protective symbols that could ward it off, how he'd reopened the camp, hoping to prevent more disappearances. The camp closed permanently after that summer. The official reason was structural problems with the buildings, but those of us who were there knew better. Sometimes late at night, I still dream about that clearing in the woods, about the thing that wore a human shape like an ill-fitting suit, about the look in Ethan's eyes when he confronted it. I've stayed in touch with Travis and Maya over the years. They got married last spring, though neither of them can look at forests the same way anymore. Maya threw herself into researching similar incidents across the country. There are more than you'd think if you know where to look. Ethan writes to me sometimes. He's in college now, studying folklore and anthropology. His experiences at Cedar Creek shaped him, but not in the way the creature intended. He's determined to understand what happened, to prevent it from happening to others. As for me, I moved away from New Orleans, took a job in Chicago where the most dangerous thing I have to worry about is rush hour traffic. But every summer, when the days grow long and the shadows deep, I think about Cedar Creek, about the things that hide in the dark places of the world, wearing faces that almost look human. Last month, I received a package from Mr. Caldwell. Inside was Ethan's weathered paperback, the one we found in the clearing. With it was a note. Some doors, once opened, can never be fully closed. I keep the book locked in a drawer now, but sometimes, late at night, I swear I can hear pages turning. And in my dreams, I still see those eyes that swallowed light, still hear that voice like dead leaves whispering about loneliness and belonging. The creature at Cedar Creek taught me something important. Not all monsters hide in shadows. Sometimes they stand in plain sight, wearing shapes we almost recognize, speaking words we almost understand. And sometimes the most terrifying thing isn't the monster itself, but the realization that part of you understands why lonely children might follow it into the dark. I don't go hiking anymore. The trails hold too many memories, too many shadows that might not be shadows at all. But I keep that book as a reminder of what we discovered in those woods, of the fine line between reality and nightmare, and of the stories we tell ourselves about what really lives in the dark places of the world. Because sometimes the strangest, most terrifying stories are the ones that are true. I've always been drawn to the wilderness, even before that fateful summer in the Adirondacks. Growing up in suburban Albany, I spent countless weekends exploring the nearby forests with my father, learning to identify plants and track animals. He taught me everything from tying the perfect bowline knot to reading weather patterns in the clouds. Those early adventures sparked a passion that would shape my entire life and nearly end it. By the time I entered college at SUNY Environmental Science and Forestry, I had already logged hundreds of miles on various trails throughout the Northeast. My weekends were spent either leading student hiking groups or working at the local REI, where I could talk about gear and trails for hours. That's where I met Sarah and Mike, who would become my closest friends and regular hiking companions. We were the kind of people who planned our next trip while still on the trail, always chasing that next summit or hidden waterfall. Our trio became known around campus for organizing these elaborate backcountry expeditions. We'd disappear for days into the High Peaks wilderness, returning with stories of close encounters with black bears and nights spent in emergency shelters during unexpected storms. Those experiences taught us respect for the wilderness, but they also gave us a dangerous sense of invincibility. We thought we could handle anything the mountains threw at us. Looking back, I realize how naive we were. All those years of successful hikes, all that accumulated knowledge, none of it prepared us for what we would encounter in the summer of 2023. Sometimes I wonder if anything could have. Sarah was the first to hear about the Blackwood Trail from one of her geology professors. It wasn't on any official maps, just a local legend among serious hikers, supposedly offering access to some of the most pristine wilderness in the entire park. The professor mentioned something about unusual rock formations and old-growth forest that had somehow escaped logging. That should have been our first red flag. In the heavily mapped and documented Adirondacks, an unofficial trail usually means there's a good reason it's kept off the books. But we were at that perfect age, 26. Just enough experience to be dangerous, just enough youth to feel immortal. We had all recently graduated and were working our first real jobs. Mike was at an environmental consulting firm, Sarah was finishing her master's thesis on glacial geology, and I had landed a position as a park naturalist. We saw the Blackwood Trail as our last hurrah before fully surrendering to adulthood. I remember the night we made the decision to attempt it. We were at Mike's apartment sharing a bottle of whiskey and poring over topographical maps. Sarah had managed to get rough coordinates from her professor, and we spent hours plotting potential routes, calculating supplies, and discussing contingencies. The excitement in the room was palpable. We'd done dozens of difficult hikes before, but this felt different, like we were about to discover something truly special. "Think about it," Sarah had said, her eyes bright with enthusiasm. "An undocumented trail in one of the most popular hiking regions in the Northeast. There has to be something incredible up there. Mike was more practical, focusing on logistics, water sources, elevation gains, potential campsites. I remember him insisting we pack extra emergency supplies, something he'd never done before. At the time, I teased him about being overcautious. Now I thank God for that instinct. None of us slept much that night. We were too busy planning, too excited about the adventure ahead. If I had known then what awaited us on that trail, the horror that would change our lives forever, I would have burned those maps and never looked back. But that's the thing about life-changing moments. You never recognize them until it's too late. The next 2 weeks were a flurry of preparation. We approached it with the same methodical attention to detail that had served us well on previous expeditions, but with an extra layer of caution. This wasn't a marked trail with regular traffic and established campsites. We needed to be entirely self-sufficient. I took charge of the gear list, spending hours in my basement checking and double-checking every piece of equipment. Our usual ultralight approach wouldn't cut it here. We needed redundancy for critical items. 2 water filtration systems, backup battery banks for our GPS devices, extra first aid supplies. The weight of our packs would be brutal, but as Mike kept reminding us, better tired than sorry. Sarah threw herself into research, trying to find any historical information about the area. She spent days in the university library, digging through old survey maps and local history books. What she found was strange, or rather, what she didn't find. The area around Blackwood Trail was like a blank spot in the records. No logging history, no survey data, not even any mention in old hiking guides. It was as if that particular section of forest had been deliberately overlooked. "Guys, look at this," she said one evening, spreading out a series of maps on my kitchen table. "Here's a geological survey from 1923, and here's one from 1956. See how they both just skip over this section? The contour lines just stop and start again like they couldn't or wouldn't map it." Mike was more concerned with the practical aspects. He calculated our daily calorie needs and planned meals with military precision. He even insisted we each carry a personal locator beacon, something we'd always considered overkill before. "If something goes wrong out there," he said, "we can't count on running into other hikers to help." The weekend before our departure, we did a final gear check at my place. The living room looked like an REI had exploded. 3 65-liter packs, sleeping bags rated for unexpected cold snaps, a 4-season tent, emergency bivy sacks, first aid kits, bear canisters, rope, climbing hardware, and enough freeze-dried meals to last a week. As we sorted through the equipment, Sarah shared some of the local legends she'd uncovered in her research. "There are these old stories," she said hesitantly, "about hikers going missing in that area. Nothing confirmed, just rumors really, but—" She trailed off, and for a moment, the only sound was the crinkling of dry bags being packed. "Every wilderness area has those stories," I said, more confidently than I felt. "People get lost because they're unprepared. We know what we're doing." But that night, as I laid in bed making mental checklists, I couldn't shake a growing sense of unease. It wasn't just normal pre-trip jitters. It was something deeper, more primal. Like some ancient part of my brain was trying to warn me. I remember checking my phone one last time before falling asleep. There was a text from Sarah. "Found something weird in an old newspaper. Can we talk tomorrow before we leave?" I never got to hear what she found. The next morning, caught up in the excitement and rush of final preparations, I forgot to ask. It's funny how the mind works, how the most crucial details can slip away just when you need them most. That forgotten conversation would come back to haunt me in the days ahead, during those long, terrible nights when we realized exactly what we'd walked into. The morning we set out was deceptively perfect, one of those crisp September days when the air feels like crystal and the early autumn colors paint the mountains in fire. We parked Mike's Subaru at an unmarked pullout Sarah had identified, our topo map suggesting this was the closest access point to our target area. The first few hours were exactly what we expected, challenging but manageable terrain through old-growth forest. The trees here were ancient, their trunks wider than any I'd seen in the Adirondacks before, The canopy was so dense that by early afternoon, the forest floor was bathed in a perpetual twilight. "Notice anything weird?" Sarah asked around lunch as we rested on fallen logs eating trail mix. Listen, we did, and that's when it hit me. The silence. No bird song, no rustling in the underbrush, not even the usual whisper of wind through leaves. Just the sound of our own breathing and the crunch of granola. "Animals avoid some areas," Mike offered, but his voice had an edge I'd never heard before. Could be something natural we can't smell or sense. As we pushed deeper into the wilderness, the trail became increasingly difficult to follow. What had started as a faint game path deteriorated into almost nothing, forcing us to navigate primarily by GPS and compass. The vegetation changed too, subtly at first, then dramatically. The familiar maple and birch gave way to twisted, ancient pines with bark so dark it looked almost black. By evening, when we made camp, none of us mentioned how the temperature had dropped far below what the forecast predicted, or how our GPS devices were showing increasingly erratic readings. The first truly inexplicable thing happened that night. I was on final watch around 4 a.m. when I noticed something odd about the trees surrounding our campsite. In the dim light of my headlamp, I could have sworn the patterns in the bark were different from what they'd been hours earlier, more intricate, almost like writing. I blinked hard, convinced my tired mind was playing tricks. But when I looked again, I saw something that turned my blood to ice, a handprint, pressed into the bark, as if the tree itself had been soft as clay when it was made, and it was fresh, the sap still glistening. I didn't wake the others. I wish I had. The next morning we found all our water had frozen solid, despite temperatures that shouldn't have dropped below 40-degree rural. As we chipped at the ice in our bottles, Mike pointed out something that made my stomach lurch, a set of tracks in the frost-covered ground circling our tent. They looked almost human except for the impossible length of the fingers and the way each print was reversed, as if whatever made them had been walking backward. We should have turned back then, any sane person would have. But we'd come so far, and Sarah was convinced we were close to something significant. The geological anomalies she'd been tracking were growing more pronounced, rock formations that seemed to defy gravity, and strange, perfectly circular clearings that appeared and disappeared in the distance. The forest grew denser, darker. The trees seemed to press in around us, their branches reaching like grasping hands. Our compasses began spinning wildly, and all 3 GPS units died simultaneously, despite having fresh batteries. We were navigating blind, but Sarah insisted she could feel where we needed to go. That afternoon, we found the stones. Dozens of them, each about chest high, arranged in a pattern that couldn't have been natural. They were covered in carvings, not the crude graffiti of hikers, but deeply carved symbols that seemed to shift and change when viewed from different angles. At the center of the arrangement was a pile of branches arranged in a neat pyramid. On top sat our missing water bottles, completely empty. The ones that had frozen solid that morning. The ones we'd left at our last campsite, over 5 miles back. It happened just before sunset. The light was fading faster than it should have, and the temperature was plummeting again. We were setting up camp when we heard it, a sound like wet wood splintering, followed by what could have been singing if you took a human voice and played it backward. Sarah saw it first. She didn't scream. She just stopped mid-sentence, her face draining of all color. When I followed her gaze, I understood why. It was standing between 2 of the ancient pines, its height difficult to determine because it seemed to bend and fold in impossible ways. Its skin was like bark, but it moved like water. The face, if you could call it that, was a hollow, a darkness deeper than the gathering night. But worst of all were its hands, long, twisted things with too many joints, each finger ending in what looked like another finger and another after that, fractal-like, infinite. When it moved, it didn't walk so much as flow, leaving the ground blackened and smoking in its wake. The air grew thick with a smell like wet ashes and burning plastic. Mike reacted first, shoving us toward what he thought was the way back. We ran. God, how we ran. Through darkness that seemed alive, past trees that reached for us with sharp branches, over ground that sometimes felt solid and sometimes felt like it was trying to pull us under. The thing followed, not quickly, but with a terrible inevitability. Sometimes we'd hear it behind us, sometimes ahead. Its calling grew louder, a sound that made my nose bleed and my vision blur. Sarah fell once, and when we pulled her up, she was laughing uncontrollably, blood trickling from her ears. We ran through the night, through what felt like years of darkness. When dawn finally came, we were miles from where we thought we were, somehow having emerged on the opposite side of the mountain range. Sarah was burning with fever, still mumbling about the symbols on the stones. Mike's hair had gone completely white. The rescue team found us 3 days later, severely dehydrated and babbling about impossible things. They said we were lucky. There had been other hikers in that area who were never found. The official report blamed our experience on hypothermia and group hallucination. The physical effects healed, mostly. Sarah's fever broke after a week in the hospital, though she never fully recovered her short-term memory. Mike's hair stayed white, and he developed a stutter that gets worse whenever he tries to talk about what happened. The nightmares are the worst part. Not because they're frightening, though they are, but because they're consistent. All three of us have them, exactly the same ones, on exactly the same nights. We dream of those symbols, of what they mean, of what they're calling to. Sometimes, on the darkest nights, I'll wake to find my walls covered in frost, even in summer. And in that frost, if I look carefully, I can see those same symbols we found on the stones, written in a hand that's not quite human. We've heard stories since then from others who ventured into those woods. Most just report feeling watched or experiencing lost time. But some tell of finding strange arrangements of stones or of hearing singing that makes their teeth ache. Last month, Sarah called me at 3 a.m., hysterical. She'd been going through her old research notes and found something she'd missed before. Those symbols we saw, they appear in cave paintings across the world, some dating back 30,000 years, always in places where people vanished. I don't hike anymore, can't even walk in Central Park without breaking into a cold sweat. Mike moved to Arizona, saying he needed somewhere without trees. Sarah threw herself into her research, trying to understand what we encountered. She says she's close to something, but I'm not sure I want to know what. Sometimes I wonder if we actually escaped, or if whatever we met in those woods simply let us go. Why us, when so many others vanished? The answer comes to me sometimes, in those shared nightmares. We weren't meant to escape. We were meant to spread the story, to draw others to those woods. Like seeds scattered in the wind, or spores finding new hosts. If you're reading this, consider it a warning. The Adirondacks are vast, and some parts of them were never meant to be found. If you're hiking and the birds go quiet, if you find stones arranged in circles, if the trees seem to be watching, turn back. Turn back while you still can. Because sometimes the greatest horror isn't in what happens to you, but in realizing you've become part of something's plan. And lately, I've noticed my skin feels different, rougher, almost like bark.